Howdy, all of you delicious people. I'm here today to review The Crow, Stairway to Heaven, episodes 1 through 4, unless you're checking it out on YouTube. The order of which that is on YouTube is not in order, which I'll go on and I'll explain exactly how that is. For YouTube, it seems that the order of the episodes is 1, 4, 2, 3. Take that information what you will. You can either just watch the 4 episodes that are there and just be like, meh, I'm not changing it, or you can go on and piecemeal it and correct order it and be like, huzzah! I have done this day. Hooray for me. So I am to go on and do it the order of which that it is to be meant to be, as well as also there might be some people that have obtained also the complete series, which I also luckily have. And so yeah, so for those of you that are to go on and to have at least seen the first film, at least that, right? You'll come to find that this series is very copy and paste to at least the first movie if you've just seen that. The second episode, which is to be sold out, is to be very similar to the City of Angels second film, which I'm sure a lot more people probably have not seen. City of Angels, to me, I have reviewed the thing. I have talked about it. I should not go on and reiterate it here. But I also really did like that The Crow movie. So check out the review if you want to. But again, I will definitely give that second film a thumbs up. It's darker. It's different. It has really good acting in it. It has some really good one-liners, like "Pain is my power." It's really good, in my opinion. But check out the review if you want to, because I'm really selling it really well right now, right? Yeah, whatever. I'm just saying, check out at least the first 2 movies if you are to like this character. And then the remake, do what you want with it. Well, there's been so many remakes at this point. Like, The Crow is basically every single movie is a remake. It really has to just do that, because heaven forbid it ever goes on and really gets an actual run of one character. It never does. So, speaking of this, is basically a re-origin telling of the same character of the first movie. So, to where even the first episode is identical in so many ways to the very first movie. So let's do this. So, the pilot. We have Eric, we have Shelley. And a lot of this show is to eventually go on and be an extended thing of these characters. We'll go on, and within these 4 episodes, we'll eventually find how both Eric and both Shelley met, which is really nice. But if anything, within this very first episode, we have Eric Draven, we have Shelley, they're in their apartment complex, and Eric is going on and singing Shelley a song. Shelley is going on and reading this poem, and in between all of that happening, there is to be this gang that comes bursting in to grab Eric, thrust him out a window, and then Shelley is to be killed also. For those of you that have never gone on to see the Charlie Sheen movie, The Wraith, that also is to be fairly similar to this in also a number of ways. But I'm sure a lot of people probably have never checked out that movie or never care to, which is okay. So, or maybe also people may never have gone on and checked out any of the Ghost Rider movies, which I may have to go on and compare The Crow to Ghost Rider in some ways. So, there's a number of bits of content for you to check out regardless. But anyways, so, but let me get back to this episode. So, Draven eventually goes through a window, and Shelley gets killed also. And the 2 of them end up in limbo, or purgatory to some people, the in-between of heaven and hell. So, within this first episode, Draven, Shelley, stuck in limbo, and we come to find a crow comes flying by, which then has Shelley realize that, yeah, Draven is going to go bye-bye. He's going to go back to Midgard, Earthrealm. He's going to go back to live along the living and is to have somehow regained his human most of the point, except for the whole bleeding of the black thing is to eventually just be him being the crow. But so Draven makes his way back to the living, and in normal iterations of the crow, we would have him need to thrust his way from a coffin and unbury himself. Whereas this iteration, he just has this weird portal appear and he goes falling, and he's with a number of people during the Day of the Dead, and he's like, okay, why am I here? I'm so confused. So Draven realizes after a certain amount of time has passed, a year ago and a day after he is to have originally died, to reappear here and resurface, that he is going to go on and try to seek revenge upon the people who had tried to kill him and figure out why. Draven is to go on and seek out these people: Gideon, Tintin, Funboy, T-Bird, Top, the list goes on, and try and seek revenge upon these people. And again, for how the makeup part of this show compared to all the other things are tweakingly different, even like Salvation, like it's just scars instead of actual makeup. We also come to find that the crow, when finding these people, does not exactly go on and kill all of them. Like, if anything, he mostly just kind of either scares them, beats them up, or eventually has them go on and get arrested, because I think just because it's to try to be at a certain rating of show, yeah, like that is to be why this character doesn't go on and seemingly kill people most of the time, or has to kind of come up with creative ways to just kind of get rid of people so often. But anyways, we have all of that to be showcased in the very first pilot episode of Draven going after Tintin and the people from the very first movie. There are even at some points, even line for line, it's just like the first film. And that's nice, but then also kind of like lazy. It really is. But anyways, it's to be very similar to the movie, but done in a very kind of smaller scale. But like, I don't hate it. I don't hate it. So we then go into the second episode. The second episode, the legit version, has both Draven and a guy named Reyes eventually facing off here. So we come to find that this specific episode feels very much similar to The Crow, City of Angels, the second movie. For those of you that have probably never heard of that, because you probably have only either watched the first movie or nothing, or you've also just watched the remake and you're like, what the heck is this? Any number of people could have gone on and seen The Crow at some iteration and what have you. Regardless, there is no wrong answer, even though there is not really some good versions of The Crow. There really isn't. So, moving on. We come to find that Draven is, within the second episode, going to eventually find that Reyes has some connection with Eric and Shelley's death, which is kind of interesting. I don't really want to spoil what that connection is, but I feel that I also need to kind of explain some bits of parts of this episode, so let's try to figure it out. So, Draven eventually goes on to find, seemingly in most of these episodes, that there's always a woman that is to be hurt by her person that is to seemingly love her, which is kind of an interesting bit of pattern that they keep going into in these episodes. I don't know why they keep doing that, but it is what it is. And Draven will always go on and find this woman because it seems that these women remind him of Shelley. And so Draven tries to go on and protect these women and then go on and face off against whoever the guy is. Like in the pilot, we go on and find some random couple arguing, and Draven tries to save this girl from this guy. So in the second episode, it's kind of the same thing. Draven goes on and finds this woman, I believe her name is Indigo from memory. And Draven is trying to rescue her from this guy. And then when Reyes recollects this woman, Draven has to go after him and finally do him in and find out that this guy seemingly has supernatural powers similar to the Crow because he seems to have some supernatural knowledge. And eventually he is to have this snake, whereas, of course, the Crow has the crow. Crow? So eventually how the second episode plays out is interesting and similar to the second film. And it's to be, to my mind, both to be like, well, yeah, it's very similar to the first two films, these first two episodes, but I enjoyed them. I really did. So we'd also come to find that Draven weirdly, even after it seems that he is to kind of get to his unfinished business, which is to take revenge upon the people who had gone on to kill him as well as Shelley, we'll just come to find that Eric is just to be left on Earth to just gain these merit badges or to just gain these credentials just so that way he'll go on and he'll just be stuck here to just continue to just do this good. And that's what ends up playing out in the other episodes. We'll come to find out in episode 3 that there is going to be this assassination attempt of this woman who is to be Franklin's daughter, Elise. Elise goes on to die and makes her way into limbo with Shelley, and the two of them meet up. Elise goes on to just be like, well, yeah, I need to figure out a way that I can speak to people out on Earth or on the human plane or whatever. I want to say Midgard because it's the easiest thing to say. The living. Let's just say the living. Elise needs to go on and talk to the living to tell them how she had died. Shelley goes on and realizes, like, well, I can speak to Draven, and he's still to be along with the living. So if anything, like, there are certain times where Shelley can talk and speak and go on and help Draven at some certain points. So within this episode, we have Shelley that is trying to continue to speak out to Draven. And eventually there's to be a newspaper thrusted at Draven to eventually have him start to figure out what is going on. That Shelley is trying to speak to him, and so he needs to seek this stuff out. Draven goes on to find out that there is to be a guy who is to be wrongfully accused of this assassination, so Draven is going to try to basically kidnap this guy to clear his name. And that eventually lends to Elise's father, Franklin, to try to figure out what really did happen, which makes just things really interesting of how it all plays out within the episode. So, within the last episode, we come to find that this deals with more of Sarah than it does with Draven. Sarah is to go on and be best friends with Shelly and Draven. They explain about how Sarah had met with Draven, and they find out, or we find out that Sarah is to also have a mother, Darla, that ended up getting mixed up with Funboy and Tintin. But eventually, like in the original movie, where Draven goes on in the movie and touches Darla, and like all the drugs get out of her system, and she realizes that she needs to be becoming a better mom. That's what eventually happens within the show. Like, it seems that oddly we come to find after Darla is to actually kind of wake up, so to speak, and kind of get some sense about her. The following bits of episodes, further and further, we start to see Darla becoming much more way proper mother, to the point to where it's like, okay, like this character has really drastically changed from the first iteration of her, and now we're just kind of seeing her be much more of a mother that is to kind of be way better than what we were to think that she was going to eventually end up being, in my mind. So I'm just kind of like, I can just be fine about this, but then also I could just have some problems with it. But regardless, it doesn't matter. So, but anything back to this episode. So Darla's daughter Sarah is to come to find that there is this boy, I believe his name is Kyle. I could be wrong about it. If anything, once we actually get to the cast list of this very specific episode, I hope I'll be right, because there's sometimes where I just randomly just know who these people are because I guess easily. And anyways, so Sarah goes on, and let's say this person is Kyle, and I'll correct myself later. Sarah comes to find that this kid is going on and having this gold watch out of nowhere, and Sarah seems very suspicious about that. Like, hey, how is it that you have this watch now? Well, come to find that this episode feels very much like the very first Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles movie, if you ever guys were to see that. Well, come to find that Kyle is to be mixed up in this seemingly underground gang that is to break into people's homes and steal stuff from them and trash their homes, and like that's what they end up doing. We'll find out that the leader of all this just feels like Shredder in a lot of ways, and is to say that this gang is to be like their family. And so the further and further that Sarah is to see Kyle go down this path, Sarah realizes that she's like, well, like, I want to see what he's doing. Like, I want to kind of poke my head into this. And, like, because I want to make sure that this guy's okay. Like, I say that he's basically like a brother to me. So I want to see what he's getting into, because I want to make sure that, like, he doesn't get himself into danger. So Sarah follows Kyle into finding out about this underground gang-like thing, and eventually goes on to realize if she's to try to figure out what's going on, she's in and she can't get out. And so Sarah goes on to just kind of play along as long as she can, but eventually, slowly but surely, she realizes that what these people are doing are wrong. So eventually people will start to notice that Sarah is missing. So eventually this leads to both All Right, which is the main detective here, and in all honesty, like, having All Right here, this detective, very much reminds me of the Flash show, if you guys had ever watched the show The Flash. Not because of the way that this guy looks. Don't get me wrong about that, because, like, I'm not trying to, like, to see this guy being put in place, like, it seems very similar to the Flash. If anything, the Crow doesn't seem very similar to the Flash, but just kind of the setup of the way that the show is to be done with the cop, as well as a number of things put in place, very much reminds me of the Flash. Again, it's not just because of two cops have a certain skin tone. I'm just saying what I'm saying here. So we have eventually All Right, and then the Crow getting involved in this. So eventually the Crow goes on to stop, of course, uh this these home crasher gang, and is to eventually kind of deal with explosives, and we'll come to find out that the leader of this was to go on and eventually just try to get to a bigger score, and then eventually run away from it all and leave all these people, all these underlings, to kind of take the rap for this as he's getting away to sip mojitos on a treasure island somewhere. But eventually the Crow is to stop him, to where, of course, this guy will go on and end up where he's to end up. I guess he's to go on and be arrested. Maybe he is to kind of confess his crimes, whatever. Um, from exact memory, I'm to just try to decipher exactly how that was to all perfectly play out. But either way, I did like all these episodes. I really did. Like, I don't think there was much of anyone that felt like there's a lot of filler there. Like, I felt like these episodes go on, and I think even though there is just some just nothing missions that don't all tie into the original iteration of why uh, the Crow had originally done this, because of revenge upon uh, upon his self and lover's deaths. Just kind of having Crow kind of get caught in the middle of these things, and he's to kind of just seek them out. Like, it's just a really interesting endeavor to check out so far. So, with that said, I think all these episodes gradings, I think I'll say that they're all good. Like, yeah, like there wasn't one thing that was like, yeah, I hated it. Blah, blah, blah. No, um, I think each one of the episodes had their own merit. Like, I think I enjoy them all. So feasibly, like, maybe at some point there'll be other episodes where I'm like, half this, whatever. But right now I'm enjoying this series. I enjoy how it's also being extended of the Crow movies, and we're getting more information specifically than this than we ever did in any of the films, because they just didn't have the time to fully go into an explanation of these characters and flush them out. So that's nice. So with that said, I would recommend people going on and checking this out. For those of you that are fans of The Crow, that have probably gone on and done any ways of which that are to have gone on to finding out about the material of this character. If the comic books are drastically different than the movies or even this show, let me know in the comments below, because that would be cool to find out. Um, and then also, I could probably, and if this thing is popular enough, go on to a next edition of this, and then like spread that bit of information. It probably will feel like a number of filler to a lot of people. Like, oh, you're just saying that because so it's like, yeah, like why not? But anyways, so what I'm going to do here now is shift gears. I'm going to go into thoroughly in-depthly break every bit of these episodes down for what I can remember the best. Because how I was to go and watch it was to feasibly have not as much like word for word things that I could pull away from, but at least I can go on and try as best memory as I have to break down all these episodes in a kind of more old-fashioned sense that I've gone on to do this. So I've done reviews into several different iterations of kinds of reviews. So there are a lot of times where I go on and like rattling off like all bit of memory. There's sometimes where I have certain cliff notes. There are certain things where I have just kind of certain visual keys, any number of things in between. I've kind of done it all at some points because eventually it also depends on the piece of content that I have to go into and how it's being presented on certain apps somewhere. So, with that said, thank you for going on and watching this because I know you may click away or you probably have 20 seconds into this video because that probably tends to happen quite often. Very, very rarely do I really quite understand how people all digest this. Maybe it's just one person clicking on this a number of times, which I think you're doing that. Or really if it's just to go on and be just random people or people who have subscribed that at least are just consistently keep checking in on these things and at least watching the first 20 seconds, which I do appreciate because at least you're doing that and I thank you for taking that time. Or also, whatever this content is will just not interest you, which is okay because I'll just keep doing more content in the future, I hope, as long as like this just keeps going on the way it does. There was some questions of either or not like certain things were even working properly. There were at times where I was looking to see that my volume booster thing like was kind of just going on and off today. So I was like, is this even gonna work? Am I gonna be able to do this today and justify it? Like, I don't know. So hope for the best here. Let's just put another video out. Yeah. So we're at this point of this video now. I'm so happy. I'm so relieved. Now, let's go on and let's talk about future reviews, and I'll just talk about kind of some personal things to me, and then we'll get into every one of these episodes. So, future reviews. For those of you that may have not tuned into a number of things, I will explain. I had gone on to watch MeTV Toons, and at one point I just watched a chock block full of cartoons. And I was like, oh, this is so nice. This is bringing me back to simpler times. So, at a certain point, I wanted to go on and eventually check out some cartoons. I really did. Like, I know that cartoons are probably not everyone's bag, or some people may go on and be like, hey man, you should have gone on and covered some more popular cartoon things, and you're going into much more of an obscure. Really, I go on and I leave it up to everybody. Feasibly, anybody can go on. There is no wrong answer here, and could have slapped down any number of cartoons that they want me to check out. I know that I've gone on to check out quite a few animated stuff in the past. Hopefully, people have new answers and whatever, because there's a lot of reasons why I probably didn't continue certain things. Or also, there was just like the law of diminishing returns on everything. So like, hey, if people like cartoons, let me know in the comments below, even in this video. If you have any real true interest of favorite cartoons, maybe I'll check it out in the future. I have to have via post something suggested, and you can vote on those if you want. If you already have, then there is no need further. But there is that exists. I have no idea. I'm just drawing at straws right now. I just want to eventually cover some cartoons. It could be fun. It could be something to just be a lighthearted thing to do during Christmas time. I am to state that eventually I hope to, at some point soon, cover Lethal Weapon. That was kind of my plan, because it's a very dark Christmas movie, but regardless, like, I am at least trying to cover at least some kind of Christmas movie during this thing. I kind of have gotten away with covering any number of things during any number of these holidays. It seems that I'm to just continue to just get lost of being able to cover a lot of this holiday stuff, but I'm trying. I'm trying to get on here. I'm trying to do this. I'm trying. Believe me, I would love to do more. I'd love to keep going as best as I can. So there's just that happens in my everyday life. So, as well as also just the mental health and everything in between. Great. So Uh, Lethal Weapon hopefully will be something that'll get covered. Also, I am still trying to hope that I can cover some Christmas stuff. Maybe I covered Jingle All the Way because that was a Christmas thing that I thought I could get like some enjoyment out of it. But then I found out that I was like, oh, it's kind of more retail focused. I don't know if I'm gonna get real enjoyment out of this. So that ended up being what it ended up being. And so, because I hadn't seen Jingle All the Way in such a long time, so I didn't know. I didn't remember that movie that well. Anyways, so I would also come into like, hey, if people like Christmas movies, mention them down in the comments below, because that'll help out me knowing where to go next. I also want to eventually go on and cover the Clint Eastwood movie Fistful of Dollars because I have the actual poncho thing from those movies because I actually wanted a poncho, and also it was cool to get something from the film. Um, and it was also to, of course, remember like Fistful of Dollars and The Good, Bad, and the Ugly, and all those. So at some point, if people are to, and I just wanted to do something different in the channel that was a Western theme, I thought that would be kind of cool to just be something different to do here. Other than that, I still will probably go on and hopefully at some point cover more superhero stuff like this thing. Uh, I still want to go on and cover the Beastmaster thing. That looks fun to me. That looks like a good time. I've seen it in the past, so it's kind of like a rewatch. Like, there's a number of reasons why. There's a number of reasons why I probably don't go on and just jump on during doing certain projects. I'm like, dude, I've already seen this already. I already seen it. I know it exists. So it's like, it's just rewatching something instead of going on and watching something brand new. So, and I've watched so many things throughout my life that it's just like, that's the only problem of which is just that it's the frustration of just like, I'm not coming through this through a new lens. I'm coming back to like, oh yeah, I know this movie, like da 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 da, and it's like, yeah, to a lot of people, be like, well, shouldn't you do that just because it's a lot easier because you know the content? Yeah, but like, really, like if it's brand new to you, then it really is to just be like a much more like, man, it's good that I discovered this, instead of I know it exists. Like I know there's probably a fan base for this, and then if I do it and it doesn't like, plus it's better to like not know that something exists because when you find it and then a load of people bizarrely click on it or whatever, that feels better than like, well, yeah, I know this probably has a fan base and I'll click into it because people will probably watch this thing. And then when no one on earth checks it out, then it's like, oh, fuck. Like, okay, like, great. What a waste of time that was. Um, but anyways, like, yeah, like, that's kind of what Bloodsport was, where it was just kind of like, well, like, I wanted to cover something that was a Van Damme movie, and I've been waiting to cover Lionheart, but I was like, well, Bloodsport is probably going to be more popular, right? And quinkadinkly, like, at least people checked in on it. So, like, I'm being honest with everybody about what I'm doing. I'm not trying to lie to anybody. I'm not trying to hide anything. Um, and I'm just trying to be forthcoming. But anyways, let's forthcoming with these episodes and let's break them down so I can get that out of here. Thank you for going on and watching this because you might click off at this point. But anyways, let's pause here. I'll get out everything that I need to get out to hopefully break down these episodes in a proper manner. Thank you for watching this. Let's pause here. Oh, let's get to the song and dance. Spoil time, spoil time. It's about that time I'm going to spoil these episodes. Let me know what is your favorite version of The Crow. Maybe you are to go on and like The Crow the series. Maybe you like The Crow films. maybe you were to go on and like nothing about the crow and you're just angry that I was to go on and cover this character for some bizarre reason. I don't know why you're here, but regardless, I do appreciate that you're here because it probably means a view, maybe, or it probably means that you may go on and just be watching crow videos just out of spite. I don't know. Regardless, it does help out the channel. It does help out me as a person. It does know that people exist on the earth. And huzzah for going on and to have listened to me rattle on for 35 minutes already so far. So, with that said, uh, comment anything you like. Comment all the stuff that I've recommended and suggested. Do whatever you want because at the end of the day, I could just say, oh, cool. Somebody said something. Even if it was cool because I'd gone on in another video and just saw someone just say cool. I was like, yay! Like I think I'm honestly today at a better headspace because I had actually eaten today. There have been a couple of days where I've just been like, yeah, I'm eating like an apple and peanut butter, and like that's all I'm eating through the entire day. I like a couple of pancakes because I started eating them. I'm like, I'm feeling sick, and then I had an apple. I'm like, I'm feeling sick, and like we just were having grocery problems. Like we just could not get any food coming in. So it was just like, yeah. Um, hopefully we're gonna get some food. So we're just kind of like scraping together whatever is left for us to eat for the last few days. And groceries have come today, so it's nice. I got to eat something. It wasn't actually a proper meal, but I'll get to that eventually. So great for that. I'm in a very much sense of relief. And so, yeah. So, gone on to explain way too much here for way too long. Let's pause here. All right. Episode 1. The, the Soul Can't Rest. So, the beginning of this starts off with both Eric and Shelley in limbo. We're not quite understanding what exactly going on, but eventually they will clear this up. So, we'll also see the crow flying by. So, Eric is just making his way through the limbo, which is to be oddly enough just a forest of some kind. Eric is crying out for Shelley, not quite understanding why he's to be where he is, but he's hoping that eventually he can meet up with Shelley and they both can possibly figure things out. So both Eric and Shelley meet onto this bridge. Why? Like, it is to just be very baffling and very confusing here. So the two of them run their way onto this bridge. They're very confused why they're there, and they have to make assumptions that they are both dead now. After both Shelley and Eric embrace, distance is to form in between them once Shelley is to start to notice this crow there. Realizing that now both Eric and Shelley cannot be together because of this crow in between them. All of a sudden, Shelley further and further gets away from Eric, so much so that it seems that eventually she disappears. Eric is just to go on and be left upon this bridge, and so what eventually it seems that Eric is to be oddly forcing himself to do is to jump on to the ropes of this bridge and then further dives off. Which, if anything, when we start to see this guy actually standing up upon this bridge, it kind of looks different than what it actually looks like as far as the bridge is concerned, because the bridge has all this like netting and whatever, where when we actually go on and see that the crow is like it's a different bridge altogether. So Draven then falls, and he's falling into what is water underneath this bridge. So the next thing we go on and see is Day of the Dead. We have Sugar Skulls. If you don't know what Sugar Skulls is, It's very much the Mexican style of way of which that a skull is to look. There to have like a normal skull, and then there's to be quite a bit of designs over like the forehead. Like a lot of it is to be very random. Sometimes it's to have a cross in the forehead, or it's to have a heart, and just a number of just random just coloring and what have you all over the place. If anything, if you just look up sugar skull, you should probably immediately figure out what I'm talking about when you Google it. But if anyways, it's like I love that kind of design. It's really cool. I try to find certain pieces of clothing that is to be similar to that, just because I like a lot of gothic and kind of stuff that I can try to find like a supernatural flavor of theme for my clothing. Kind of like this, just because I like it. Oddly enough, it makes me dark and brooding and what have you, whatever. So hence why I like supernatural characters and characters like this, because it's very dark and very brooding. Anyways, so, even though I'm to not be like, well, I'm probably a very dark and brooding character, but most of the time I try to just be goofy and weird, because I can, and I will. Anyways, so going back to this episode, we seem to have Draven who falls into a bit of mud slash water, and we have a person that is to go on and have the makeup of the crow going on and spotting Draven. So it's kind of weird that this specific guy is to go and be the one who notices this guy. But if anything, I guess it makes sense to maybe when Draven is to be looking at this guy to just like, hey, I need to look like this guy. The very first person I was ever going and see, whatever. So, anyways, Draven goes on and he kind of gets up here, and this random guy with the crow like makeup goes on to mention how this guy had come from the other world and so on and so forth. Stating that, yeah, like this guy is to have somehow appeared to them, and they should hold it into some kind of importance. Now the intro rolls. So the next thing we see after the intro is Sarah. Sarah's to go on and make her way to the graves of both Draven and both Shelley. We'll come to find within these episodes that Sarah goes on to randomly find Shelley, as Shelley is to go on and to have taken a picture of Sarah, and Shelley wanted to go on and show this picture off to Sarah, hence how eventually Sarah's to go on and meet with Draven the first time within this show. They don't explain that right here in the pilot, they explain that somewhere later, which I'll go on and I'll explain that when that happens in the actual 4 episodes. So, or somewhere in here. I don't know. I don't remember. We'll have to kind of piecemeal that out when it happens. So, Sarah is to go on and make her way to give flowers to both their graves, and she's to go on and be upset that the 2 of her best friends have died. And here's where Detective Albright comes in. Albright goes on and is to tell Sarah, hey, shouldn't you be in school? And Sarah says it's a holiday. And Albright is like, it's Halloween. It's not exactly a holiday that you would be missing school for. We'll come to find that it seems that Sarah, most of the time, is going to be a person that tries to just skip school, but eventually, when she goes on and finally starts to actually make her way to school, we'll start to lend some of Sarah's stuff to parts of these episodes, where eventually Sarah will go on and find more things about the crow to help us understand the crow a little bit better here. We'll also come to find that Sarah will just be talking about all these reports that she's doing, just so that way she can go on and either help herself or help out Eric or anything in between. So moving on here. So since Albright is to realize that Sarah is to not be at school, that's the first thing that he focuses on. Like, okay, well, since you're not going to be in, since you're not at school, we're going to get you there, and I'm going to make sure you go. So this is kind of like, this is to remind me of kind of like the first Ninja Turtles movie, where we have the one kid who goes on to eventually be involved in the Foot Clan, and he steals the radio or the Walkman, and the father is like, "Yeah, I'm not quite even sure how he got his hands on that thing, but he has it." So, as well as also Danny, who is the boy in the first Ninja Turtles movie, like he continues to ditch school so that way he can be a part of the Foot Clan. So, anyways, the Crow is to be spotting Sarah going on and giving flowers, and eventually, not the Crow, a Crow, Bird. The Crow has not seemingly who is Eric Draven appeared yet. Things may get confused. So, and again, I'm trying as much as possible to stick to Eric Draven to have people understand who the Crow is instead of saying the Crow. Because again, very confusing. So, Bird Crow, you just say Bird Crow so you know who that is. Or a Crow. Let's try to keep that copacetic. So, we have Draven. He seems to now have some bit of clothes on him. He has a gray like shirt or sweater on, and he has some black pants and shoes. So Draven makes his way through the town as to all of a sudden notice this two couple bickering. And Draven goes on through, at some points, to have this like pinkish purple like kind of lens going through him, and he gets flashbacks of stuff. He goes on to also kind of see like Shelly through people and kind of things in between. Draven will go on and touch things so he can get flashbacks, which is very similar to the other first iteration of the Crow. And that goes on to quite often help Eric. Also, he can go on to use these flashbacks against the killer when he goes on and touches them. And like, all this pain, all for you. And we also go on to have Draven, who touches Alright at some point within these episodes, to explain to him like what he's been dealing with, or to try to give him some kind of proof within these episodes of like that this guy isn't exactly just a guy who has reappeared because he was to have gone into hiding for a year and a day. So back to the episode here. Draven goes on to eventually, through his purple lens, when he's looking at this woman, he's seeing Shelly. So that actually is really cool. We can see that Draven is to look at all of these women like as if they're Shelly. And for how Shelly and Draven are to go on into a first met, Shelly was to go on and be just having photos done at the Blackout Club. And at one point, there was some guy that was trying to get a dance with this girl, and Shelly wasn't interested. Eventually, the guy persists, and eventually this is to lead to Draven kind of jumping in, as Draven was to actually be in the band playing this guitar, and he just sees that Shelly is in danger, and so he rushes in to protect her, scaring this guy away, and then eventually realizing, oh, after talking to Shelly, I need to get back with the band and start playing with them again. So that's how Draven and Shelly first meet together, and they'll explain that in X number of episodes. So But back to here. I'm getting so lost in the weeds. So Draven goes on to see through his purple lens a woman that looks like Shelly, but it's not. So Draven goes on to pull these two people away, and the man goes on and tries to attack Draven. Draven goes on and kicks him pushes him away. Draven goes on to eventually fight with this guy, and then eventually Draven tries to convince this woman that he doesn't really love her, for her to just kind of get out of here. So the woman goes into her car, drives away, and Draven ends up stopping this whole thing between this couple from happening. I don't have it for this one specifically. I don't have word for word, line for line here. I'm hugely paraphrasing here, more so than I probably normally would. So give me a break. Plus, also, I had to watch every single bit of these episodes the day before. I'm just rehashing all this now, so my apologies. So the next thing we see here is Albright. Albright goes on and finds Tintin. Albright is to be going on and to try to solve Eric Draven's murder. And again, it's been a year and a day now, and Albright has still not gotten any closer to solving this case. I'm sure it will probably never happen. So Albright goes on to find Tintin and is starting to question him. And eventually this questioning all leads to nowhere. But at least Albright wants to go on and try to figure out a way to get something out of Tintin, but it's going nowhere. The next thing we see is Gideon's pawn and loan. The crow appears upon this Gideon's pawn shop. Draven makes his way to the pawn shop himself and is to all of a sudden notice within the window that there's a guitar there. The guitar there is actually to have gone on and been his, which was taken from his place after he died. Gideon goes alongside Draven and is to tell him, hey man, you probably can't afford this guitar, but at least I'll have another one within the store for you to probably buy. And then Gideon walks away. As Draven is to look up and down at the guitar, which was his, he gets a flashback of both Draven and Shelly together their one last time. Shelly is to have gone on and had a camcorder recording what they were doing at the time, which eventually will lead to, at some point, one of the bad guys going on and obtaining this footage, and eventually Albright will eventually obtain this footage himself. So there's going to be a pattern here where this one bit of footage kind of just leads to. So Shelly will go on and will be capturing this footage while Draven will have sung this song. We'll come to find out that this song will be a song that only Draven knew about, because he didn't write it down anywhere, he didn't tell anybody about it. It's just a thing that he just came up with now, and when eventually we'll find in other episodes that his band will have gone on and started to sing this song, Draven is like, what the heck? How did you guys exactly come up with this song? Because only I knew about it. How is it that you know about it? But anyways, we're getting too lost in the weeds here, as usual. So Shelly goes on and is to open up this piece of paper, and it almost seems like the stuff that is coming from this paper is almost to be Shelley's and Draven's wedding vows. Like, that's how this poem is to just be said and wrapped around to just feel almost like wedding vows between the two of them. That these two are going to end up together forever. And so eventually, here is where this footage, or this footage from this camcorder, starts to shift, and we find out that Top Dollar is actually watching this camcorder and watching all this stuff play out, as well as Tintin, Funboy, and T-Bird are going on and watching it also. Here's the thing. They decided to have kept this video for a year and X number of days now, right? It's the only evidence that points out that they had gone on and done anything. Why exactly keep it for this length of time? Like, maybe because Alright had questioned them about the murders, and so they just needed to check out this video again to see what really they did because there's been so much time that's passed, or it's also just story convenience. So either way, Top Dollar, who is to be the guy in the chair here, talking to Funboy, Tintin, and T-Bird, goes on to ask them, hey, this is your only evidence of you guys going on and doing anything with Eric Draven, right? And they go on and they explain, yeah, so eventually Top Dollar is to go on and eventually want this situation resolved so that way no one continues to ask them about the whole Eric Draven thing. And so the next thing we have after this, and I think this is going to lead to, like, considering Albright is still working on this case and he won't let go, that kind of leads to some of the guys that are to go on and possibly also probably want Albright dead, so they'll kind of have this case just go cold. But anyways, the next thing we see here is Draven. Draven goes into finding out what had happened to his apartment that he had gotten thrown through the window of. The landlord goes on to tell him that the entire floor is to have gone on unused because of this murder, because of these deaths. And we won't find out this now, but we'll find out it's later. Like, that's why the whole entire floor doesn't seem to have people going through it at all. Draven goes on to take these wooden boards off of this door, rip away the caution tape, and make his way into his place. Finding out that there is to be pictures broken, finding out that there is the window still broken, and everything is to, with the exclusion of all the furniture that is to be disappeared within it, and everything stolen and whatever, that all of these were to, of the window and all this stuff, to kind of look similar to where Draven had left it. So Draven goes on and he touches the picture that has him and Shelley, and he ends up getting flashbacks. He ends up getting flashbacks of the time that they were together, that they were intimate together, and also gets flashbacks of people breaking in to the apartment. So and going on and getting flashbacks of him getting grabbed, him having a knife put to his neck, Shelly going on and getting grabbed and attacked also, and Tintin having his quote that he goes on and has, because most of the time when we always have the Crow, there is always to be these like one-off things that every one of them says. Like T-Bird will go on, and when Draven is to talk to T-Bird, Draven says, "Hey, go to hell," and T-Bird says like, "Well, hey, you first." Uh, or something along those lines. I'm hugely paraphrasing because I don't have all the lines with me here. So I'm not as good as I would be because it's very hard to remember all this when it's just looking at pictures. So Draven goes on, frustrated, throws a bit of water around, flashing back to his swan dive through the window, and eventually Draven is to look at a mirror, a really big mirror. And when Draven looks at the mirror, he all of a sudden sees Shelly. Shelly is there. Draven reaches out to Shelly, and she disappears within the mirror, because that's where Draven sees her. Draven punches the mirror, and all of a sudden, all the glass falls on the ground. We realize that Draven has wounds upon his hand. They're all bloody. So here's where Draven finds out when he gets hurt, immediately heals. But also, we find that Draven's face is starting to bleed or tear up black. And that's when we start to eventually see Draven turning into the Crow. So, the Crow is to make his way to Gideon's pawn shop because he wants his guitar back. He does. So, when the Crow makes his way to this pawn shop, Gideon is to go on and hear a knocking at this door, as if this is the Raven nevermore. And Gideon is to tell the Crow that, sorry, we're closed. The Crow doesn't answer to, sorry, we're closed, so he breaks through the window of this door and lets himself in. Gideon is to go on and sound very much more annoyed and what have you. So the Crow is to go on and reobtain his guitar and is to go on and retake up things that are actually to be his. Gideon is to go on and whip out a pistol and thrust it out to the Crow, which the Crow goes on and rips the pistol away from Gideon, and then goes on and thrusts Gideon against the guitar after the Crow sets the guitar down. And the Crow goes on and asks Gideon where he had gone on to obtain this guitar, and Gideon says it's from some dead punk rocker or whatever. And the Crow goes on to say, okay, great, what other things do you have from this dead punk rocker? So eventually Gideon does not answer because it's been so long since he has obtained any number of things he probably doesn't remember. So the Crow goes on and just starts looking around. He eventually goes into the ring displays, the actual like engagement, wedding ring displays. So he opens this up and starts to make his way through the rings, trying to find if he can find Shelly's ring. So eventually Draven will go on and find Shelly's ring, touch it, and get a flashback to signify that yes, this is Shelly's ring. Realizing that this is the ring that he had put on Shelly, it's like, okay, good, this is the right one. So Draven asks Gideon how much for this one, how much for the ring. Even though Draven really knows he's gonna come out of this with having to not pay for any of these things, because he's just going to take them anyways. So we then, while the crow goes on to be getting this ring back, Gideon goes on and goes underneath his counter to grab this shotgun. What good will it do? None. But still, he'll have it. So Gideon goes on to shoot the crow. Does nothing, of course, because none of these things do anything to the crow. If anything, none of these people know how to take the crow down very well, except for maybe there are certain times where the crow does get knocked out, or we do, of course, have Reyes, who's to seemingly be more knowledgeable of the crow than a lot of other people are. But anyways, so the crow gets shot in the chest. It is quite interesting because if you watch any of the other like the Crow movies or what, like you would see in the very first Crow movie where whenever the crow would go on and get shot up, like eventually we'd start to see further and further in the film that there is just so many holes in the crow's attire, just riddled with holes all over this guy, that I'm like, yeah, that makes a lot of sense. Like that makes a lot of sense that there are so many bullet holes in this guy's clothing. It makes sense. But for a TV show and the fact of like, I'm sure a lot of this stuff is just kind of like CGI and all this stuff. Yeah, like I'm sure there are at certain points where like they plan on these like bullet hole things, but also like they have to just make it so to where like the clothing heals also, I guess. Anyways, so plus considering this is a shotgun blast, like wouldn't he get riddled with just a lot of just not like one little hole after like that just seemed kind of silly to me. But regardless, so after Crow, the crow immediately heals. The crow makes his way back to Gideon, sits upon the counter, has Gideon hand him the shotgun because what else is going to be able to do other than like, hey, here, just take the gun because you're going to hurt me. Plus, also, the crow tells Gideon, hey, give me the shotgun or I'll kill you. So he hands him it. So Gideon goes on to ask, or Gideon goes on to be asked by the crow, okay, where is it you get your stuff from? Explain who these guys' names are so I can find them and then ergo go kill them. Or in most of the cases, scare them enough. So Gideon goes on to explain Funboy and Tintin. And so immediately that's where the crow is going to go to find these guys, to go after them. So once the crow does eventually go on and leave Gideon, and in all honesty, like the Crow movie was kind of set up in a very interesting manner because in the original Crow movie, the Crow goes on and he puts in all these wedding rings and all these rings and stuff, and he chucks them into the shotgun and then he fires all of them in the movie, and that was a really cool visual. Whereas in this, there isn't as much as stuff going on here that kind of plays into all that and is a lot more fun. But whatever it is, what it is with the movie different from the show. So the next thing we see is Darla. Darla at this point now is to kind of be this very drunken woman, and is to not be quite as coherent as where eventually we'll see this character change. So Darla's going on and continuing to knock on this door that has Tintin, T-Bird, and Funboy within it because they're kind of making a lot of noise and they're kind of in this room for a very long time. So T-Bird ends up getting the call from Gideon about what happened to him. So T-Bird is going on and realizing that they're going to have to do away with this Crow character, that they're coming for him. And so they all start to get handed guns, and they eventually all have to realize that they're going to have to prepare themselves for what's going to happen next. So instead of Tintin going on and getting a gun, which at first he gets handed it, like, dude, I'm not going to take a gun. He goes on and wraps his hand with a chain and is going to go on and try to take down this crow via chains. Wow, what a good idea. Yeah, that's really going to hurt this guy. Some chains, but whatever. So Sarah comes back home and Darla is going to realize, oh, you're home. So Darla tries to go on and give Sarah just some money so that way she can go on and just get some Halloween candy because I'm sure Sarah's not going to go on and go trick or treating. So T-Bird had gone on to tell Funboy to take care of his woman, as of course Darla has kind of gone on and started to be an annoying presence. So Funboy is to go on and kind of tell Darla to kind of pipe down. So the next thing we see is All Right. All Right goes on to get a phone call and is to eventually realize that he has a possible break in his case finally. That his case is going to go somewhere. So he's leaving, I believe, from memory. The next thing we see is the crow flying above the sky. So we have Funboy with gun in hand and alcohol in the other, and he's consistently whipping out his gun and pretending to fire, just being a goofball. Darla eventually goes on and is to just be making her way through the apartment. Next, all of a sudden, from the sky falls the crow's head via this door opening. So, like, the crow is hanging upside down and kind of scaring Funboy. Funboy pulls back. The crow goes on and is to goozle, is to choke Funboy here. And the crow ends up telling Funboy who he is. That he is the crow. You know, like a bird that goes on and has these claws and just tears through this guy's skin. So the crow is to be giving a message to Funboy to tell his people that he's coming for them and that they're going to die. And so Darla, in her drunken state, is to make the crow aware of her presence. So the crow goes on and is to grab Darla and is to know about Sarah's sadness. For some reason, I don't know why. The crow goes on to touch Darla and is to tell her, it's like, well, hey, he goes on and tells her the same quote that he tells her in the movie, about what mothers are God, what was it? The He tells her the mother quote, and then he touches her. In the movie, the very first movie, like the drugs all come out of Darla's system, whereas in this thing, we have the crow that goes on to touch Darla, hoping that her drunken state will make her realize, or her getting out of her drunken state will help her be the betterment of Sarah, who is always just so sad and just so angry that her mother is just always this drunken schlob. So a crow, bird crow, goes on to find Tintin with Funboy after Funboy has run off here. Tintin and Funboy are to be together. Tintin looks at Funboy's face like, hey, what happened to you? And Funboy goes on to explain what had happened to him, and eventually we go on to find Bird Crow, who is to be kind of watching these guys and hearing them talk here. The next thing we see is the Crow, Draven. He drops down from this opening and starts to make his way to both Funboy and to both Tintin. But mostly, the Crow focuses on Tintin. Because eventually, the Crow will quickly take out Funboy. The Funboy just kind of drops and he just starts running off. So, the Crow goes on to face off against Tintin. Tintin is to go on to use these chains to try and attack the Crow. At some point, the Crow will go on and have like these scars upon its face, but it won't really do anything. Or these bruises or horrible things upon his face, but it won't do anything because, of course, it's the freaking Crow. I think, honestly, in the movie, I think Tintin had daggers. I think that's what he was doing in the movie, I believe. It's been a while. And eventually the Crow would go on and have this guy just kind of continue to throw daggers at him and be like, well, you're not going to do anything. You're wasting your time. And then eventually the Crow would even catch the daggers and then would eventually throw them back at this guy, and eventually he would start to get stabbed up. So that's eventually how the Crow would best that guy. But anyways, both Crow and Tintin will start to fight here, and eventually this will lead to the Crow besting Tintin, having him kind of to be thrusted onto this wooden pallet or these wooden pieces, and he'd be choking him, and eventually the Crow will go on and be touching Tintin's forehead and giving him the flashbacks of him going on and hurting Shelly in the past. We'll then find T-Bird and two other rando guys who I have no idea who they are. They bring out some heavy weaponry here. And following it up, T-Bird and all these men will go on and start to be blasting Crow into oblivion, thinking that they will have gone on and killed this guy, which they won't, because, of course, waste of effort here. How many times do they have to shoot this guy in order to realize that guns aren't going to work? It's kind of like when in a horror movie they go on and they have a movie where there's a zombie invasion and people have guns and they go on and they just blast at the stomach. They blast at the legs. They're like, oh man, I really want to go on and kill this guy. So they go on and they just shoot the legs, or they like shoot them to try to stop them. But really, it's going to be a waste. They're just going to keep on coming anyways, and they're going to grab you, attack you, and kill you. And then eventually, you're also going to run out of bullets because you're stupid. So, because you know what a zombie is. So, as well as also like SWAT people, they either shoot for the heart or the head. So, if the heart doesn't work, shoot for the head. So, they have shot this guy I don't know how many times now until he falls over. Shelley is to appear there to briefly just kind of comfort a fallen Draven, and here is where Allright appears. To have gone on and kind of been there at the late aftermath of all this. So now we're back at Draven's hotel room, a place, which have you. And Sarah is seemingly there. Sarah goes on and wakes up to find Draven making his way also into this same apartment of which that Sarah is to be in. Sarah, of course, is to be shocked by the fact that she is to go on and see Draven here, and it doesn't seem that there's enough time for Sarah to get any questions answered or nothing. Like, it just seems that Draven is going to go on and just fall over here, and Sarah is just going to be, huh? What? So, the following seemingly morning, or maybe that this thing just took all night, and by the time that Allright had gotten there, like it was almost like 4 or 5 or whatever, so crack of dawn happened, and so now that's why there's light out. But so Allright has made his way to the scene of the crime with his lieutenant. Allright will go on and find Tintin's chains, and will be going on to get a phone call that forces him to eventually scramble out of the crime scene. I think this is a call for Allright to be handling something with Sarah again. Allright goes on to comb the scene and ends up eventually telling his lieutenant that he had gone on to find some unusual bits of black powder, which I would accumulate to probably end up being probably sulfur, just because I had also seen Ghost Rider, and for some odd reason they had sulfur in that. So I'm assuming if the crow was to ever get like blasted and ends up getting like for some reason maybe like sulfur is to be coming off of him for some odd reason. Allright tries to go on and eventually have this to be put through a machine, and I don't remember exactly what results he actually gets. But anyways, Allright goes on and hands this to the lieutenant to be like, well, yeah, I found this weird substance that makes no sense of why it's there, but it's there in quite a bit. So we have one of the detectives going on and talking to the lieutenant, but then the lieutenant turns to be like, well, hey, like, you need to go on and you need to tell me like all that you found, because there's quite a bit of times here where Allright is to go on and explain what had happened, but the explanation for his lieutenant just seems to be something that doesn't quite make sense. It doesn't add up. So there's too much things that go on unexplained. So we push on here because a lot of stuff will probably end up being unexplained in this whole bit of episodes here. We'll find that Draven has finally woken up back at his apartment. next to Sarah. Sarah will go on as soon as Draven wakes up to start asking him questions. Eric will go on and realize that Sarah is having some uh, towel or some washcloth, and he grabs it from her and he starts wiping his chest down. Sarah tries to go on and start asking Draven any number of questions, which Draven doesn't exactly know the answer to. Draven goes on and is to explain to Sarah, hey, I'm not the same guy that you once knew. And Sarah's like, well, yeah, like, I can understand that. So Draven starts going on and wiping his chest, which either looks like there is blood there or it would probably be the sulfur. I'm thinking it's the sulfur. So Draven goes on to touch Sarah, and then all of a sudden we come to find that All Right is to be making his way to get to Sarah within this apartment room. Sarah goes on and is to stop All Right from getting into the apartment. Sarah is to go on and state that, oh yeah, I'm going to school. Hey, I'm making my way there. And Sarah is trying to drag All Right, like, out of this area. And All Right finds something very suspicious about the way that Sarah is acting. Because Sarah's like, well, hey, you want me to go to school? Like, yeah, I'll go to school. Hey, like, I'll make it in time for lunch. Let's go. And All Right is like, why are you going on and stopping me from getting to this room that you were in? Something suspicious about that. So, All Right opens the door that Sarah came out of and was to make her way into this apartment. All Right whips out his gun to then have Draven present himself to All Right. We obviously know that All Right is going to go on like, well, hey, like, you're Eric Draven, or you look like a guy just like him. We have a number of people that are going on like, man, like, this guy is some fanboy, or like, this guy's going through some deep plastic surgery to look like this guy. Really, is Eric Draven that popular enough to where people would go through those lengths of looking like Eric Draven for reasons that doesn't make any sense? Like, this guy is just popular through a club circuit. Why would anybody go through those lengths to look like this guy or what have you? Like, we don't have like a husk. I have to clarify what that means. Husk is a Batman character. Husk eventually goes on to unravel its mummified mask to find out that Husk looks identical to Bruce Wayne. And that is to go on and be very weird that someone is going to go those lengths to look identical to Bruce Wayne. But if anything, also, like, it's to feasibly be understanding of why this guy has this mask the way he does. And so that's what I'm trying to compare and contrast here. When you go on and when you see like Husk and eventually other live action versions or whichever, yeah, like eventually he goes on and looks identical to Bruce Wayne, and that is to be what is going on with the Crow here. So, and that's what people go on and say. It's like, oh yeah, like, you look like a fanboy of Draven, and he's like, I am Draven. I am this guy that you're talking about. Well, it's like, well, why did you disappear? Like, why have you returned a year and a day after the anniversary of you originally being dead? And Eric's like, I don't know. So, and that's what he goes on and he continues to tell All Right when he's in this interrogation room that he doesn't have the answers that All Right seeks. So the further and further All Right continues to ask Eric these questions in this interrogation room with no real concrete answers, eventually All Right will go on and look through these papers to find out exactly where Draven had went before he died, and is to be asking Draven if this is to be where he went. And Draven's like, "Wow, all right, you're very in detail of knowing exactly what I did." And All Right's like, "Well, yeah, I have to be because I'm a cop, because like I want to figure out what happened that day." So eventually there is nothing really that All Right can book Draven on. If anything, like All Right is to really quite be confused if this really is Eric Draven, because it seems that no one is to remember what Draven exactly is to look like. Even though only a year has passed, they don't really remember this guy very well. And yeah, I guess if a year could probably, I guess that's maybe enough time to really forget how this guy looked, but still, like if you were to go on and find a picture of him somewhere, you could probably put two and two together, but I guess that's just me. So I wish I could have gone and done this review in a better amount of detail, or I knew that this review was not going to go on and be as best as I could, but whatever. I'm just I watched it, I'm reviewing it, I'm trying my best. Uh, these details aren't going to be as good, and so if anything, maybe at some point, if I go on and find a better way to review this, if something ends up coming to my attention that is going to be a better way to do these videos and do these specific episodes, and that comes to my attention, then by all means, I'll go on and I'll review this in a very different way. But until that time comes, here's what we have, sadly. So we transition. Sarah is on a skateboard, and she is it's kind of an interesting angle that they go and they have the camera kind of set up on the skateboard as she's skateboarding around. Sarah goes on and bumps into T-Bird's car. T-Bird goes on and tells Sarah, "Hey, whatever you saw last night, whatever you saw, like, you and your mother forget everything that happened the night before." Because T-Bird still thinks that that crow guy is dead. So he's like, "Oh, okay, so like if anything, there is to have T-Bird just to say, hey, darling Sarah, if you ever tell anybody about this crow guy or anything, like you're gonna end up dead just like that guy did." So Sarah ends up convincing T-Bird, it's like, "Well, hey, if you had gone on against that crow guy last night and you're thinking he's dead, you'd be wrong. So if anything, yeah, like you guys should be very concerned because he's going to come after you." So since T-Bird realizes that Sarah has more information about this guy and who he could possibly be, T-Bird grabs Sarah and is forcing her into his car so Sarah can be taken to Top Dollar, so that way Sarah can go on and be held and kidnapped and be held hostage. Because since Sarah knows who possibly exactly this crow guy is, she could be used as a bargaining chip to hopefully, when this crow guy comes after them, to be something that they can just kind of bargain with. I don't really think it intelligently kind of really gets there on the villain's part, but whatever, I guess. A lot of these guys just honestly to have gone on and thought that they could have probably have killed this guy, knifed him, shot him, whatever. But if anything, if you blasted a load of bullets in the sky, where do you think anything else is going to be of equal matter? Maybe chop off their head. Well, chopping off the head usually takes down a number of monsters in a number of cases, but probably definitively not the crow. Uh, I would be kind of curious if there ever was a case in probably the comic books where the crow's head was chopped off, because I've never seen it in any of the movies. Uh, you would think that at least the chopping off the head would probably delay him for a very long time, but then again, who am I to exactly know? That's the one thing that they honestly should have done in one of the films somewhere, right? There's about 5 of these things. Like, you would, 4 or 5 of these things, you would think that, like, they would have chopped off his head. Because they never did that in any one of the things. Moving on. So Top Dollar brings Sarah to, so T-Bird takes Sarah to Top Dollar, and A Crow, Bird Crow, is watching along. So that way, A Crow, Bird Crow, can go on and relate this message to Draven of where Sarah is. Because there are obviously some times where, like, it's kind of like the Beastmaster, where I feel that Draven can see what the crow sees also at some points, or Draven is to use the crow as a way to, like, to have seen things, remember things, or what have you. But it also is not like 100% clear if that's what is to always be what's going on. There is always the questioning of, like, can Draven see what the crow sees, or A Crow, Bird Crow sees? I just always kind of wonder, like, is it just coincidence that at some point just Draven is to just kind of figure things out without to have seen exactly what Bird Crow sees? Anyways, so Bird Crow. So Top Dollar goes on, and after T-Bird tells how important that Sarah is to the Crow, Top Dollar goes on to tell Sarah, "Hey, we're gonna put her in this room with all of these uh, treasures of all these kills that they've had in the past." And Top Dollar tells Sarah, "Hey, don't make a sound and just stay in this room." And Sarah goes on like, "Oh, I'm gonna zip my mouth and lock away the key and all that goofy crap." So Sarah ends up getting hit in a way, and so here's where we go on, and we have Draven, who sees through the eyes of the crow and realizes that he has to leave this interrogation room. This is the point where this actually works, because other times it's questionable, but this time it works. So Draven realizes that Sarah is in danger, so he needs to leave this interrogation room. He gets off of his chair and he's telling All Right that he needs to leave. All Right is telling Draven, "Dude, I'm never letting you leave. Not leaving. Come on. Like, we have so much more to talk about." So All Right is telling Draven he can't leave. Draven is grabbing All Right and moving his chair, even to the point to where Draven is even further grabbing All Right and thrusting him onto this wall, and kind of telling him, like, "Hey, like, I have no quarrel with you, but hey, if you get in my way, then we're gonna have problems." So All Right ends up going on to needing to be forcibly out of the interrogation room because he gets a page from this phone. I believe it's from Darla again, worried about Sarah. Alright ends up going on and taking the call and going outside and is to eventually talk to his lieutenant. The two of them start talking, and I think Lieutenant is going on and asking what exactly Alright is doing. And further, like, Lieutenant starts to get annoyed the more also that Alright is having to deal so much with Sarah. And you can kind of tell through the number of times that Alright is gonna have to go and run and go off and do all these things. Cause it's like, well, hey, I pay you to do a job. So Lieutenant goes on and is talking to Alright, and eventually this leads to Alright explaining that he's interrogating Eric Draven, and Lieutenant doesn't exactly buy Alright's story, so the two of them make their way into the interrogation room to find out that there's no one there, that Eric Draven has all of a sudden disappeared. The lieutenant goes on and is upset with Alright, like, hey, were you talking with a ghost? Like, there is no one here now. What the heck happened? So, the lieutenant and Alright leave, and even Alright is probably thinking that he's going crazy here. So, we come to find out that Eric Draven is to have figured out a way to have climbed to the very, like, top of this room where no one could see him on the ceiling and be able to have been hidden away in a good enough spot to where they didn't notice him. So eventually that led Draven to be able to sneak away here. He goes on and he jumps from out of this window to this this police armored car to jump over this barbed wire fence onto this car to this motorcycle that is in this impound. I don't know how he gets out of the impound, but somehow he does. So the Crow makes his way to the club Blackout. And the Crow will go on and make his way through the club and eventually will find T-Bird. The Crow goes on and speaks with T-Bird, mentioning that he wants to speak with management, and eventually the whole thing turns to the Crow going on and talking to T-Bird and giving him the quote of like, well, hey, go to hell, you first. So when further and further the Crow and T-Bird starts arguing, the Crow goes on and grabs T-Bird and chucks him through what is to be this glass, which is to be what is to be the opening to get to Top Dollar, which I guess was maybe some either screen door, window, I have no idea. All I saw was glass and T-Bird being thrusted through it. T-Bird is to go on and tell Top Dollar that the guy that they thought they had killed, yeah, he's back. And so Top Dollar is to get his either his prostitute or girl from the club that he met out of there. So that way Top Dollar could face off against the Crow. The Crow makes his way to Top Dollar, and Top Dollar is to start looking at blades. We come to find in the original movie that the other guy who I believe was Top Dollar, I'm not quite sure. The guy with the long hair, mustache, whatever. Like, he eventually went on and did swordplay also. and the crow did not have a sword, but then eventually he just started to use things around the building, and there were like certain things of the building that the crow could kind of like break off and use as a sword, and that's how they kind of did the third act within the last bit of movie there. Of course, if you guys remember the first movie, why am I explaining all this? I'm just trying to compare and contrast here. I think the movie fight was a lot bigger, well, a lot more interesting. But I'm sure they weren't going to fight on the rooftop. That would be crazy to do in a show. Anyways, so the Crow and Top Dollar start fighting here. The Crow goes on and is to figure out a way to. I think he uses a belt or something. He goes on and he uses, I believe, a belt to try and get Top Dollar's arm that is holding the sword to try to kind of put it over his shoulder. Top Dollar's hand starts to weaken, the blade starts to fall, and then the Crow goes on to start grabbing both of Top Dollar's hands and has the Crow's foot into the Top Dollar's neck. So imagine this. So the Crow is holding on to both of Top Dollar's hands with his. And then there's a foot of the Crow that's going into Top Dollar's neck at the same time, coming from the Crow. And this actually looks pretty sweet. This looks like something that like Jean-Claude Van Damme would probably do. So while the Crow is going on and choking out Top Dollar here, T-Bird comes from behind, because T-Bird isn't dead at this point, because of course he's not. And T-Bird goes in with this sword and slices into the Crow into the back. Thinking that again, oh yeah, we probably did this guy in, right? You didn't chop off the head. You didn't chop off his head. You should have went for the Highlander stroke. There can only be one. Yeah. No, you didn't do anything like that. So here's where we go on, and we have Sarah getting revealed here. That she's in the secret room, and so again, as the Crow is not defeated here, we have the Crow that goes on and is to use his ultimate weapon. The Crow goes on to grab Top Dollar and is to give him all of the pain. That's of course from Shelley's death. That's all for him. In the movie, we would have the Crow that had touched Ernie Hudson's character. Ernie Hudson's character had gone on and sat through Shelley through the whole time she was in the hospital, hoping she was recovering, because of course she wasn't ever going to. And Ernie would sit with her, and hope she was gonna, and she, yeah. So, and that's what the Crow ended up using for the final villain in that movie, and use the whole like all the pain, all for you, and that's what did that guy in, and just like made that pain so insurmountable. Whereas in this version, that's what the Crow just starts off with, but it's not enough. It's not impactful enough. Because he goes on and he does that, but then he turns around and he finds that there's a number of items that the Crow can then touch. And then it's from the pain of all the victims that this guy's ever gone on and done things against. So the Crow then further takes all those items, touches them, and then touches Top Dollar. You would think of how they would actually have better done this. Here's what my thoughts were. What they could have gone on and done is when the thing is open and you see Sarah, what they should have done is had Top Dollar and the Crow continue to fight. Every bit of fighting could have gone on and led into that secret room. And the Crow could have gone on and continued to just start to bounce around like a pinball and could have accidentally been touching all of those items randomly. And each time he touches it, he feels a little bit of, oh, like, oh, I'm getting these flashbacks. Oh, this is horrible. And then it could have all came down to then had the Crow done that attack instead of having to just randomly touch all these items, and then I'm gonna touch Top Dollar and he's gonna have all these feelings and all these this pain and this anger and whatever against him and and that do him in and make him completely crazy. Because yeah, after this when we go on and we see Top Dollar, because again Top Dollar doesn't die. Top Dollar just speaks in nonsense or riddles. And eventually, when All Right starts to question eventually Top Dollar when we see him again, he's again talking in nonsense and riddles. And All Right is like, dude, I can't really get any answers out of this. This guy's a cuckoo nut guy. So shortly after, the Crow goes on and starts touching Top Dollar. Sarah convinces the Crow to not kill Top Dollar. That if anything, Shelley would not want the Crow to kill. Which the Crow's not gonna really kill anybody anyways. He's not. That's just what he's gonna end up not doing. So I guess that helps us also understand why the Crow probably doesn't kill further or anyone ever, because reasonably, Shelley wouldn't want Draven to do it, so he won't. He'll just go on and intimidate these people. Plus TV. So Draven is to go on to realize that enough damage has been done this day. So the next thing we see is Sarah making her way back to Darla. Darla is going on and drinking some coffee. Sarah's feeling that there's some suspicions there of what kind of coffee Darla is really having. It's like, oh, are you having some alcohol with that coffee? And Sarah's like, no, I'm just having normal coffee. And Sarah's like, really? So Darla at this point is hoping that Sarah is legitimately going to go on and go to school. Darla is to go on and actually put forth some effort to make Sarah a lunch for school. Sarah's like, what? Because Sarah at one point was grabbing Chinese food, and then she had heard that her mother was like, wait a minute, you're making me lunch? What? So Sarah goes on, she opens this sack, and she realizes that there's some PB&J there. Some PB&J. Some peanut butter and jelly. So Sarah's like, I don't eat peanut butter and jelly anymore. What do you think? I'm kindergarten? And so the mother's like, okay, I'll just throw it out. And Sarah's like, no, I'll eat it. I'll F it. Like, I'll do something with it. Maybe I'll trade it with my friends and we'll probably get a better meal this day. That's what I used to do in school at some certain point. Eventually I'd just get the same meals over and over again. So at some point I went on to just kind of trade with people. And then eventually it got to the point where people were to find out that we were trading meals, and so we just stopped. So like, okay, all right, like I'm just gonna eat my own meal in peace and whatever. So because we would just trade lunches, because eventually you just get like the same meals over and over again, and it would just be boring. To where it's like, hey man, I'll trade you the sandwich for this pudding or whatever. Like, so eventually it's like a lot of people probably got a better deal out of things, but who cares? Like, it's just something different to have instead of just the same meals. So Sarah goes on and she leaves to go to school, supposedly. The next thing we see is All Right at Eric Draven's grave. And so they're going to go on and they're going to dig him up. All Right is going on and wanting to open up this coffin to be sure that Eric Draven is dead. So they go on and they open up the coffin and they find that there's nothing there. The guy then turns to All Right and say, "Hey, is this a joke?" And All Right isn't laughing because they look into the coffin and nothing is there. The next thing we see is Draven back at his place. And he's going on and he's playing his guitar. And that's how we wrap up this first episode. So the second episode. Yeah. Oh, I think I don't know. I think I had said the woman in the second episode. I think her name is Indigo. Her name is India. I was so freaking close. I don't know if I've said that yet, but in the second episode, yeah, there's a woman, and her name is India. I like, man, I was so close in these names. But either way, let's move on here into the second episode. So the second episode is sold out. It's to be the episode where we have the guy in the wheelchair, and he has a snake. So feasibly, if you're thinking that I'm going to go on and cover episode 4 here, I'm not. I'm just going to leave that up to whoever. So, the beginning of this episode goes on to start off at this record studio building. So, we find Reyes here. His first name is Mace Reyes. Reyes goes on to make his way into his office. Let me pause here for a second here. Okay. In the second episode here, we'll start to realize what is to be really truly the Crow's weakness. Because the weakness of the Crow is to not actually be the Crow himself. It's to actually be his spirit animal, which is the bird crow. Eventually in the later Crow movies, like the second one, and eventually Salvations, and so on and so forth. Eventually they'll go on to figure out that there's nothing they can do to the crow, but the bird crow, they can. If they go on and they take out the bird crow, then if anything, the crow, the man, actually becomes more human. Hence where in the City of Angels we go on and they figure out to attack the crow and take blood from it, and then have the main final boss guy become a villain, which has him become Crow against Crow. And that's where the Crow in that movie has to strategically figure out a way to take down a character similar to his own. So it's the whole strategy of figuring that out. And where we get into the second episode is to be fairly similar. So at this record record studio, we have Reyes, who goes on and makes his way into his office to speak with India. Reyes goes on to ask India if he can go on with his assistant, his maid, his assistant, to have the two of them bring him his snake because he enjoys to just have this snake wrapped around him. India is to go on and tell Reyes, really, do you want me to get this snake for you? Like, you know how I don't like this. And Reyes is like, well, I understand, but I just like the snake to just be wrapped around me. So we go on and we have Frank Vaz who comes in. Vaz ends up going on to speak with Reyes, and eventually at some point these people are to go on and find out within this episode that Draven is to find out that this music company is to have known about this song and has licensed this song out to his old band. And so that is the reason why we have this record company being focused upon here. So as Reyes and both Vaz are talking here, a crow will all of a sudden appear out this window and will start to be hitting the glass. Reyes will go on and tell Frank to go on and whip out his gun to kill this crow. And Frank will start shooting these windows, and Reyes turns to India and tells her, hey, would you go on and have somebody come to replace these windows, and anything, have the windows tinted. Tinted? None of the other windows are tinted. They don't look like they're tinted. If they are, then that'd be a surprise or a shock to me. But I guess maybe they're going to get all the windows replaced and they're all going to be tinted then. Anyways, so here's where we get to the opening credits here. So a lot of this wasn't much of importance, but like to just set up these characters. Reyes and India are a couple here, we'll come to find out, and they're lovers, but if anything, it's kind of a, like, India's to be with this guy because he kind of owns Blackout, the club. He's the money guy, and like India's in this relationship because of the money, not because she really loves this guy. Because if anything, Draven will come to find out as he touches her that he treats her wrong, and eventually, eventually we come to find that Reyes disappears, that I'm sure India will probably end up getting just left with the money that Reyes probably had. Like, I'm sure at some point India will probably state some kind of paperwork calling him dead because of how eventually he disappears. And so yeah, so India will probably declare him dead. It's kind of like Bruce Wayne from Batman Begins. Even though there's never an actual body of proof of him being dead, eventually, if Bruce Wayne is to disappear so long that like none of his stuff is to be taken care of, then yeah, you can declare a person dead even though logically you don't have an actual physical body of proof of his actual death. Like, at some point, some people can just disappear for too long to where, since they're never coming back, and you can't find them, like, even if you go on and have a private eye, try to, yeah, like, you can just declare people dead, it seems, after too long of a time. Because eventually, yeah, that has to occur. So, we now have Eric Draven, and he has made his way to this balcony right where these police are. Draven is getting flashbacks of him being with Top Dollar, where Top Dollar goes on and tells Draven. And I didn't want to say that this here in the pilot episode, but I'll say this now because it's more important. At one point, the Crow is to go on and be grasping Top Dollar, and Top Dollar states to the Crow that it was never Shelley being important for going after Shelley. It was always Draven. And Draven was more important. And in some iterations, it's different. Sometimes it's Shelley that's actually to be the key reason, because Shelley, in some iterations, was trying to get something together for part of this building, and she was trying to be difficult against these people that were going to eventually go on and kill her. So there is that story. That is that iteration. And in this case, Draven is to be more important here. So, as well as also there's several drastically different iterations that uh, have Draven with a boy or whoever the Draven character is in whatever Crow sequel or Crow remake or whatever. The Crow ends up being with a boy. The Crow ends up being with um, in Salvation. The Crow ends up going on to have people assume that he was the murderer of his own girlfriend, which doesn't make any sense. And eventually is to come to find out that there was just a bunch of cops who had all teamed up together to wipe out this girl and kill her. That was the real story in Salvation. And it was all about finding this one guy who has this arm where he has all of these things sticking out of his arm, and the mystery of who that all is. And so the Crow had to kind of rip through these guys' arms to figure out who it is. Da 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 da. The remake, it's just kind of like it ends up being Shelley's character, and then Draven just kind of there, just because of who Shelley had kind of worked with before she had went to that insane kind of prison that she went with. That was also to have coincidentally both that Crow in there at the same time, which makes no sense. Anyways, so talk about all the films because I'm sure you've seen them all, right? Moving on. I'm wasting so much time here. I apologize. So here's where Draven goes on and is to be listening to his band nearby play this song that he knows because it was his. And they're doing some sound testing because the band is kind of getting all their stuff in this club to play it for that night. But we have All Right and we have lieutenants who are kind of looking around, and this is basically a crime scene. These guys are going on and investigating what had happened with Top Dollar and T-Bird, and like evaluating what had all happened through this club, as it seems to have slipped everybody's mind that there had been the Crow rummaging through it and taking people out. So All Right goes on and notices the band, and he tells, hey, like, tell these guys that they have like 5 minutes and kick them out of here because this is a crime scene. Because All Right is kind of worried that any random person can come in here and just kind of pollute the crime scene. So here's where we go on and we flash back to the first ever time that Eric and Shelley meet together. Here's where we have Eric who's going on guitar and he's playing within this band, and he notices that Shelley is taking pictures of the band, as well as also getting grabbed by this guy offering to dance, and she refuses. I may have already said this already. I'm not quite sure. I'm probably re-entering something. I apologize. I don't remember. I said too much at this point. I don't know if I exactly said this, so I'm reiterating something, I'm sure. So this guy goes on, grabs Shelley, wants to dance with her. She refuses. And here's where Draven rushes in between them, stops this from happening, and eventually the guy that was trying to get to Shelley gets kicked out. So Shelley and Draven introduce one another, and Draven ends up talking to Shelley about like, well, hey, you're taking a picture. Like, I don't know if I exactly like anyone taking a picture of me because I've heard that if you take a picture of someone, it steals your soul. Which, in a lot of interesting supernatural cases, that is to go on and always be like the thing that you could always throw out because it's interesting and kind of funny to think about. So Draven says that he doesn't know if he has much of a soul to really steal, and Shelley's like, "Oh yeah, you definitely do," and yeah. So Draven and Shelley, it's like immediately like it's kind of like interest, if anything else, if at first sight. And so Draven is kind of quickly asking Shelley, it's like, well, hey, maybe you and me. And Shelley's like, yeah, maybe later. So Draven is still back at the balcony after all these flashbacking things is to go on and occur here. And here's where Sarah comes in. Sarah's to coincidentally just bump into Draven and start talking about the crow and kind of helping Draven know a little bit about uh, how what the crow is to be used for as a thing of a device that is to have like a thing like the crow to bring somebody back to the living plane and stuff like that. So eventually Sarah will come into meeting up with Draven and kind of continuing to give him all this bit of information uh, for the lore of this character to add to, like, oh, okay, all right, like she'll bring up Native American studies, she'll go on and bring this stuff up. So, all right, we'll be back at the crime scene here, and so eventually he'll go on and he'll meet up with India. Eventually, both All Right and both India will have found out about Top Dollar's secret stash uh, kind of room, and eventually All Right will be questioning India quite a bit here because she used to be technically the owner of this club. As well as also, I'm sure All Right would probably want to be asking Mace Reyes some questions also. About like, hey man, like you let this to be going on in your club and this and that. So just be asking some questions. So after Draven and Sarah here go on to just kind of be done talking about the report or the paperwork that Sarah had gone on to find. Eventually, Draven will come to make his way to his band, who is going on and playing that song yet again for him to then hear and to be kind of forced to find it. So Draven goes on to question his former band and is saying like, "Hey, how is it that you guys have gone on to find out about this song because no one should know of its existence? Only I and I alone know it. And how is it that you guys got a hold of it?" So The band goes on and is looking at this guy. It's like, like you look like Eric, you look like Draven, like, what kind of plastic surgery or what kind of fanboy are you? Like, you can't be Draven. Draven is dead. So Draven is continuing to convince this band that he is who he is. He's Draven. He's a former band member of theirs. He doesn't go on and tell them any stories of the past that only they know and whatever. But he just goes on and is to tell them, like, hey, like, I own this song. Who is it that is to have given you this? Which is to eventually force Draven to realize that he needs to go on and make his way to the record label to get to the origins of this whole thing. So, as Draven makes his way out of the club, he bumps into Alright, who is already there, kind of assessing the area. Eventually, Alright whips out his gun on Draven and is to want to go on and arrest Draven again to bring him in, because again, he's a suspect. So, a funny bit of things happen here. Alright wants to go on and put his gun on Draven just for it to get wasted. And eventually, Alright switches to like, well, okay, since I can't put my gun on you, I'll just whip out my cuffs and cuff you. We immediately go on to then have Draven, that is to take away Alright's cuffs, take them, chuck them onto a ladder, and then both Alright and Draven start to fight here. Draven goes on and grabs for Alright's gun that's now on the ground. Alright tries to convince Draven, hey, you don't want to kill a cop. Like, if anything, like, they'll hunt you down forever. Like, plus also, like, you don't want that on your conscience and this and that. So, Draven is not going to go on and shoot Alright here. Of course he's not. If anything, he's going to go on and just take all the bullets and fire whatever is left. Maybe the one in the chamber just off to the side. Just so that way Alright does not use his gun on Draven here. And then walks away. Alright goes on, and it should be like, well, you know what, Draven, if I can't go on, and if I can't arrest you, then maybe, like, I'll have to have you come with me so you can see something. So, Alright convinces Draven to follow him at least. So, Alright has Draven make his way to this crime scene because Alright has found the camcorder footage so that way Draven could watch this. The killing of Draven, Shelley, and the guys who are to be a part of it. So, Draven starts rewatching this footage back. And the closer and closer it gets to the point where the guys start busting in and we realize that Draven is going to be taken and to be thrown out this window, Draven goes on to ask Alright to stop the footage. And Alright is like, good, that's the answer I wanted. So I know that you have no tie to this murder. Because Alright is still exactly questioning whether or not this is Eric Draven, but the way he's acting would seem like Eric. So, like, Alright is starting to get some better answers here. But then again, also, he's still like, okay, where has this guy been for so long? Like, what? Like, how is he, or shouldn't he be dead? And and eventually, the crow will eventually, by touching All Right, to be giving him like, "Hey, I'm a supernatural man. I am this dead character. I don't know why I've come back from the dead, but here, here's some face touching." So, anyways, because shortly thereafter, both Draven and All Right will make their way back to Draven's place, and that's where Draven will go on and give All Right proof that he is to be this supernatural character. So, so when Draven goes on with All Right to his place, Draven touches All Right, and this is where All Right gets the flashback of Draven going through the window. All Right gets all of these images, and he starts freaking out, seeing the image of Draven in limbo falling, seeing Tim Tim hurt Draven, so on and so forth. All Right freaks out and just doesn't understand what he had just seen. Like, how is it this guy could touch him and do these things? He doesn't understand. So, All Right is to go on and take Draven to the recording studio and tells him, "Hey man, like, just if you're really Draven, just go to this recording studio and say you're you and fight them for this song. Because you wrote it, so if anything, try to talk to them to get these rights of this song back. Because if anything, like, I want you under a wire, but if anything, you're not going to go into there with one. So just talk to them and see what you can get out of them. And then come back to me and tell me what you got." So All Right goes on and speaks with this therapist when he's in the police station because he makes his way back there. This therapist had gone on to speak with Top Dollar, and this therapist to go on and tell All Right what had happened to Top Dollar. Top Dollar had eventually mentioned how he had gotten attacked. So honestly, there's no rational rhyme or thing of which a real answer to get from Top Dollar. So eventually, All Right is to just be like, well, hey, I'm just going to go to Top Dollar myself and ask him questions. So All Right will go on and make his way to Top Dollar, and Top Dollar is nowhere near like the slick back guy that we had seen him in the past. This guy's be very disheveled, and he's very crazed. So as All Right goes on and starts talking to Top Dollar, Top Dollar says everything kind of back to him in some kind of weird riddle sense that makes no sense. And it just gets to the point where eventually this escalates to where Top Dollar ends up getting very upset and very irate. To the point where all these cops come in to hold back Top Dollar, and a therapist comes in to subdue and inject Top Dollar and kind of knock him out here. So Draven goes on to meet with these people working in this record studio. These kind of just suit and tie people, or there's a woman and then there's a guy. One is kind of a blazer guy here. So mood point. Draven is going on and trying to convince these people that he is Draven and this is his song, and he wants to get the rights of the song back so no one else uses it because it means a lot to him. And there's one guy there that's between the woman and the desk, and he's like, oh my god, like, if you really are Draven, man, we can make a lot of money off of this. Oh my god. So India and Mace are watching this footage of Draven talking to these two people, and so eventually this leads for Reyes to send Vaz out there to grab Draven so that way Reyes can talk to Draven himself. So Draven comes up, starts talking to Reyes. So eventually Draven redisputes what he had just gone on to say to those other people. And eventually India is just trying to buy Draven off. Like, how much money is it going to take for you to go away? And Draven's like, it's not about money, it's about the song. So eventually we do have Draven that does go on and is to find out about India, about how she's getting tortured by Reyes. And Draven goes on to tell India, hey, leave him, like, he's not a good guy. India goes on and is like looking at it, like, oh my god, how do you know? And slowly but surely, right after that, India is to start to have like a change of heart, where it's like, oh, like, I should start to be becoming a good person again, because that's always kind of what happens with Draven whenever he like touches anybody or convinces them, like, hey, like, do the right thing. Immediately, like, yeah, I should do the right thing, right? And so they end up turning into a better person. So Vaz comes in, and since this is kind of going nowhere, Vaz comes in and starts attacking Draven. And eventually this will all lead to Draven making his way back to his own grave. And oddly enough, there's just this snake that's laying over Draven. I don't know why. But they're hoping that if this guy realizes that he should stay in the grave, that maybe he'll just stick there. But it'll be a waste of time because Draven will just come right back for them. So Reyes is possibly thinking that Draven is to just be some fanboy that is to go on and look quite a lot alike Draven, and it's not the real McCoy. So really, Reyes thinks that this guy is a nothing, and Vaz goes on to whip his gun out and shoot Draven, thinking that that's going to do him in, which of course it won't. So Reyes goes on and gets kind of hoisted back into his van as he's in this machine where it kind of, because he's handicapped, so it kind of has to have a certain way of him getting back into this van. So I honestly thought that was freaking dope. So they end up having this villain that is handicapped, but he's like, man, he is such a cool looking character. And I like that change of pace for a show. Like, we have like the evil guy, but he's like so rich, and like he's just like, yeah, like just the way they did this was awesome. I love this. So just a real nice change of pace for like how they're putting a villain in the story. So to make it like really like be something different here. So the next thing we see is that, of course, Draven is at his own grave, and he wakes up, and his face turns from, like, the evil guy, but he's like so rich, and like he's just like, yeah, like just the way they did this was awesome. I love this. So just normal Draven to now crow makeup Draven. It's like, aha! Like, he's gonna come back and he's gonna come after these people. And we now have the crow who's at the tombstone. So Reyes makes his way back with his assistant and Vaz. India's at her desk and she's kind of just second guessing her entire life, I'm sure, at this point. So Reyes is to go on and be like, oh, hey, India. Like, I'm going to go on and I'm going to give you a nice gift because I think I need to win you over now because something has changed in you. Like, I just don't like it. I'm like, how would I just kind of win you over with a gift, hoping that you'll just change things? You'll just be okay again. No. Reyes goes on and gives India a little gift, which will come to find that that gift is to be just a tracker. But anyways, it's smart. It's smart on Reyes. So, also, it is kind of interesting because eventually a Ghost Rider in the later iterations, his name is actually Robbie Reyes, which is kind of interesting. I'm kind of curious if that was just a coincidental name or maybe it had something maybe tied to the crow. I don't know. I highly doubt that whoever was to have done Robbie Reyes had coincidentally either watched this series or also had known anything about the crow of any kind. So who knows? It's just weird coincidence how we have characters with kind of the same last names. But it's interesting. Moving on. So India goes on and accepts this gift. And then India goes on to state, you know what? Like, I really want a bit of fresh air. Like, I want to just take this drive. And Reyes is like, oh, great. Yeah, go ahead and just go on a drive as long as you want. As long as you have Vaz with you. He's going to go and do the driving. So India's like, it's really not what I... and Reyes is like, yeah, both you and Vaz... Yeah, both of you can go and have a drive together, right? Like, Vaz also wants to Vaz, you want to drive, right? Like, let the both of you just have this time away to just think things through, you know? So to immediately just be like, yeah, I hope India can just kind of outsmart Vaz and figure out a way to get out of this. So India goes with Vaz, and so she's like, well, hey, like, I'm sure that Reyes, like, or I'm sure Vaz, like, I'm sure you have, like, other things to do than just to drive me around, right? And Vaz is like, no, I'm going to go with you. Like, come on, like, let's do this. So now we have the crow appear. The crow, not bird crow. The crow. So we have a face-off between Vaz and the crow. We have a one point where the crow goes on and asks Vaz, like, hey, were you always bad, or is this just something that just comes easy to you? And Vaz is like, yeah, it becomes natural to me. And so the crow is like, well, I'm supernatural. So the two of them duke it out, and it actually, for like fighting's sake, it does honestly seem kind of even. It's kind of interesting here, this fight. So, but eventually the crow does go on and take out Vaz here, and not just kind of knock him out in a way of which that is to kind of because eventually we have we of course have to realize that no one ever dies in the thing, but still, it's just a stopgap. So, because what we're really here for is the crow to meet up with India to just say, hey, yeah, like this Reyes guy, he's bad news. So if anything, you're coming with me, and I'm going to take you somewhere where it's safe. So, like, don't go into this guy's car because I'm sure he could probably track your car. So, like, come with me on my motorcycle, and we're gonna go to Darla and Sarah's place. So that's what happens next. So India is now with Darla and Sarah, and I think this is a scene here where they're trying to make coffee, and so Sarah and Darla are starting to talk with India, and the next thing we see is Vaz talking to Reyes about what happened, about how India had kind of slipped through his fingers. So Reyes is like, okay, fine. So he goes on and he calls out for his computer to track down India because he's like, aha, like that's the reason why I gave her that jewelry was to track her down. So Reyes had some real suspicions that something was going to happen with India here, like right after that whole India having the crow tell her, "Hey, leave him." So Draven and All Right meet together at the club, going to the club. So I want to say that I think that the two of them meeting is for Draven to relate to All Right, kind of what's going on here. So follow up with that, because eventually All Right will go on and oh yeah. So I'm trying to replace my steps here. So what happens is Draven is to tell All Right, hey, like come to Sarah and Darla's place to pick up India to kind of protect her. And eventually, by the time that All Right gets there, it's going to be too late. Because eventually there's going to be other cops that come, and then All Right comes, and it's to be like, oh, well, a little too late. And because what will happen here is India ends up being uh, gathered up by Vaz, because India is to go on and realize, like, oh yeah, like, I guess Reyes is to figure out exactly where I am. So India feels forced to go with Vaz to go right back to where she was, back with Reyes. So, because that's what kind of happens here. The door opens, Vaz is there, open arms. Hey, India! Where have you been? No. He's like, come with me. So, the next thing we see here after Voss is to pick up India is the crow who has now had a whole bird or just a whole like just kind of a snow angel, a bit of candles surrounding around him uh, within this apartment room. So let me reset the thing here. So we see the crow, or we see Draven. He's kind of spread eagle on the ground, and we have all these candles just surrounding him except for his head because he has to flip back somehow. So as Draven turns to the camera, we start to see black coming from his eyes, realizing that he's going to become the crow soon. So Draven goes on and flips away from the candles, and then the next thing we see is Draven's face, and it's now in crow makeup, and he smiles. So as Vaz is to be returned, or as Vaz returns with India, the next thing we see is Reyes now is to also be technically a crow, but if anything, his spirit animal is not a crow, it's a snake. It's a slithery snake. So, Reyes goes on to tell his assistant that she will be no longer needed because Reyes will go on and get right out of his wheelchair and will go on to meet India. And like, hey, no more wheels. So here is where All Right goes to Sarah and Darla's, like Darla's place. So All Right is going in and talking with a couple of cops, and the cops are telling All Right, it's like, well, hey, there's no real crime here. If anything, like India was just recollected by this guy. Like, there's nothing of which that we could do anything here to follow up on. Yeah, like none of this is a real crime here. Like we don't really know exactly what is going on, with whose story we could buy, so our hands are tied. So All Right goes on and decides to leave here. Oh, also, well, All Right is speaking with this officer. Like Sarah is trying to sneak in to just try to overhear what's going on, which is kind of funny. And then Darla is to grab Sarah, like, hey, like just drag her back off, like, hey, what are you doing? So we now have Vaz all alone. He's going on and he has to, of course, try to light a cigarette here. And here's where the crow comes in with the match. And we have both the crow and Vaz fighting again. The crow blows out the match and eventually is to come to find where exactly India and where exactly Reyes are. Because, of course, Draven has the crow. Bird crow. God, it's so funny that I have to keep going on like, bird crow. You know, bird crow. Not the crow. God. Man, it's gonna, like, if this series goes, like, banana as well, which I don't think it will, simply because of the way I do it, me don't do so well, as far as explaining anything, and also whatever. Yeah. If this does well, I'm gonna be like, man, I seriously have to go on and keep saying bird crow, and I have to consistently try to like explain these as best I can. Hopefully, I'll get it at some point where there's some episodes that have some subtitles. I know, like the very last episode I reviewed, which is going to be the fourth episode, or no, wait, is it the? I think it's either the third episode or the fourth episode. This one did have closed captioning things, so I was able to go on and was able to have that one at least as like some kind of closed captioning things, so I could get into a little bit more details. But by also this, I was like, man, I've crammed in so many episodes. I don't know if I can keep everything straight or not. That's the problem with doing so many episodes in one fell swoop, and also doing this a day after the fact to try to retain everything, or at least have a good picture guide of where to go. Anyways, so let's move on. So India is to be sitting in this chair with this snake around her, with a cross behind her also. And this is eventually all to lead to have both Draven and Reyes duke it out here. So Draven goes on and makes his way to where India is, takes a snake from around her, takes it off of her, and puts it onto this cross. Draven comes to find this dagger and is to free India and is to tell her, hey, keep this on you just in case something happens to me or you just need this for your own safety. Here's this dagger. So eventually, India is going to go on and kind of be off to the sidelines here while Draven is going to face off against Reyes. We'll come to find that Reyes eventually has a dagger or kind of a knife of his own, and he'll go on to kind of spit it out and then be like, ha! Like, and he slices Draven in the chest, which is kind of cool. So, of course it is. Whatever. It's freaking supernatural. So, India goes on to eventually, once the snake is to be ever so close to her, as Draven and Reyes try to duke it out, and it seems that this fight is going nowhere. If anything, it's kind of going worse in Draven's favor. India goes on at some point and stabs into the snake, which is to become Reyes' weakness, to where in turn, all of a sudden Reyes is to start to weaken and start to fall over. And so Draven eventually goes on to take the knife, the blade from away of Reyes, stabs into him, and does the final blow. But I'm kind of getting way ahead of myself here. So let's pull back a little. So as Raven and Reyes come to face faces, all of a sudden Alright appears from behind them with a gun, stopping them from doing anything. Alright goes on and fires his first shot. Reyes catches the bullet. Wow. Man, if only the Crow would go on and instead of getting riddled with bullets, if only he would go on and pull out the Neo Matrix, just catch all the bullets and be like, yeah, plah. He would not have to go through so much clothes, now would he? Anyways, man, I can't believe this is still only the second episode. We spent almost 3 hours talking about 2 freaking episodes. Oh man, this is gonna take a while. God damn, why do I have to be in such, if anything, there's not as much dialogue in here, and still, it's taking forever. I apologize. But hey, at least I'm almost halfway done. So, after the bullet is to be caught here, and Alright realizes there's some supernatural going on, and there's nothing he can do, we have Draven that goes on and is to grab this flag. Draven is fighting Reyes with a flag here. A little weird, but okay, whatever. So, there's some combat with the flag. Here's where Reyes goes on and he does his weird spinning dagger move. And Reyes goes on and stabs into Draven. Draven has his chest kind of light up and glow red to state that this is probably going to be a very vicious wound that will probably take down Draven. Here is where India goes on and takes the dagger and stabs into the snake. Draven's wound is to seemingly heal. Reyes is to fall over in pain. And Reyes' chest is start to glow this yellowish green. Reyes comes over, grabs the dagger, cuts slice into Reyes' chest to definitively kill him and take him out here. Reyes' body completely just disappears. To her, again, this is a very difficult explanation of how, alright, we'll have to figure out how this guy is going to go on and just disappear. But it's like, well, you'll have to explain it to somebody. Maybe he exploded? I don't know. So, the next thing we see is now India is to make her way to the Blackout nightclub. She had gone on to mention, I think, to Sarah and Darlia. God, this name is slipping in my mind already, and we've already gotten to Darla. We're only 2 episodes in. I'm almost completely stopped. I'm having a hard problem getting this name out. India was to go on and say that the club is not in a good shape, but at some point she wanted to hope that at some point she could turn it around, which right now for Blackout, this is exactly what she's trying to do. She's cleaning it up, and herself specifically, she's actually getting her hands dirty, wiping it down. So Draven meets up with India at the club, and it almost feels that both Draven and India here are having this like almost kind of weird moment between the two of them. It kind of feels like they're almost going to end up together, but they're not, because Draven is still like emotionally like tied to Shelly, and like that's his soulmate, and no one will tell him any different. But like there was something just kind of weirdly there. But so eventually we'll come to find in future episodes that eventually Draven will look to India to eventually get a job because he needs to pay for rent for his apartment room because he's just going to keep staying there. And eventually the landlord is going to want to fix the window, and Draven is to tell the landlord, hey, don't fix the window because I want to keep this window because I want to keep everything like it was. And that comes in 2 other episodes. But I'm kind of getting lost of what exactly is to transpire exactly from both Draven and India right here between the two of them. I'm kind of getting lost in the weeds. So, but transitioning because I just can't quite figure out exactly where this is going. So, Draven goes on and makes his way to this book that opens up because Shelly at some point is to be there, and it's to guide him to certain things. So Draven opens this book back up and opens this book around and is to find this poem that Shelly had read to him once, and Draven is to start reading it and then finds Shelly there briefly. Draven goes back to the window, and I think that is where we transition into the 3rd episode. Now, here's where we have closed captioning, and here's where I have a little bit better of what's exactly going on for the episodes. Thank God. I think this is only for this episode. I think the other ones are still to be like, I have to figure it out. I have to piecemeal it together. So we now have Elise. Elise is going on and being at this podium of the Better Future Association and so on. So Elise is at this press conference and is bringing up her father, Franklin, to make this statement. Franklin is to be on the microphone and is kind of pushing away from it and telling Elise, is like, well, hey, like this is your moment, not mine. And Elise is like, no, you're the one who's gonna say this. And so Franklin's like, okay, all right, I'll do so. So Franklin goes on and has a press conference letting everybody know that he's going to go on and take his fortune, and he's going to put it into this foundation, and that he's saying that it's a modest living allowance to kind of get this foundation going, and that it's to establish a network, and it's going to be a family crisis center. So shortly after Franken goes on and starts saying what all this thing is for, we then all of a sudden have the guns coming out and people scrambling, and there's assassination going on. We have a guy named Gil who, or Hedges. Most of the time, I think they end up calling him Hedges in this episode. Hedges goes on and is to realize that his girlfriend had just gotten shot, so he's trying to storm the uh, the uh, the stage to get to Elise here to see if she's okay, to hope that he can do anything to keep her alive. And we also come to find that Franklin is to get shot in the arm. So Elise's soul leaves her body. We can oddly just see that happening. So we have to immediately assume that Elise is dead already. There's no bringing her back. So what ends up happening here is Hedges ends up being grabbed by these security guards, and they end up saying, "Hey, we got our man. He was the man to have killed these two people." They'll find out that Hedges had gotten fired from Franklin's company, and that gave him motive for assassinating these two people, as well as also Hedges had also gone on to be talking with Elise, and their relationship was under the rocks or on the rocks. That there was a possibility that they were going to break up. If anything, in the later part of the episode, also, Hedges goes on to explain this all away and eventually kind of clears his name. But if anything, the only person that could really clear his name is Elise, because eventually Elise is to be the only one that saw what actually did happen. So it'll be a weird way in which about how they go about this. So let's kind of get to back to this episode. So I believe the crow was in some window at some point of what's going on here. So the next thing we see is Ellis and Shelly. They're both in limbo together. So Shelly is going on and talking to Elise that there's a possibility that Elise can go on to heaven. And heaven, it seems, is to go on and just be some kind of weird, yellowy, almost like light, or kind of something that looks somewhat like the sun. That's seemingly far away from all this grass and brush and what have you. So Elise is to go on and ask Shelly, "Hey, am I dead?" And Shelly's like, "Yes, everybody has that issue with not knowing that they're dead or not. So yeah, you are dead." So Elise goes on to state, it's like, "Well, even though you're telling me that heaven is probably available for me to go on and go to, like, I don't feel that I'm quite ready to go there yet because I still feel like I have unfinished business." And Elise goes on to say to Shelly here, like, I need to be able to contact the living. Like, I need to go on and be able to tell them what happened. And Shelly tells Elise here, it's like, well, like, here's the thing. Like, my lover, Eric Draven, like, he had ended up here once and then went back to the living. But Shelley has such a strong connection between Draven that Shelley can think that if things are just right, she can talk to him or touch him or tell him something. So Shelley's giving Elise hope that there's a possibility that Shelley will be able to help Elise kind of move on. But then eventually, also, when that does happen, and Elise does go on to heaven, supposedly, whichever this really is, Elise goes on, and it's to turn to Shelley. It's like, well, hey, you going? And Shelley's like, no, I just can't. Like, not without Draven. It doesn't make sense. So, next we see Draven. Draven is wanting to hope that he can again talk to Shelley. Draven will go on and do whatever he needs to do to stay in this apartment because he feels that, like, this is the last place that him and Shelley were. If anything, if Shelley needs him, like, yeah, like, he'll be there at that spot, so Shelley can probably find him best. And also, there's that weird, goofy portal thing that at some points Draven and Shelley can talk. At one point, Shelley does go on and open up a portal to talk to Draven, and they end up talking, but nothing of real true importance is to be said between the two of them, because Shelley is just asking Draven, it's like, how are you? How have you been? Like, how's your ma? How's your pa? Like, kind of thing. And, like, I'm just wanting to turn to Shelley. It's like, tell him about Elise. Tell her what's going on. Like, I get it that you guys, like, it's been so long and you miss one another and what, but, like, come on. tell him the combination to the safe kind of thing. Like, come on, like, tell him the viable thing that you need to know, that he needs to know, so he can help these people. Even though, again, I get it that, like, you don't know how long you're gonna have this connection, so, like, you think that the most important thing is like, hey, how are you? How's it going? Like, how's your ma? How's your pa? Kind of thing. And it's like, no. Tell him about the case, so so he knows why you're really here. But yeah, anyways, so, but that does not happen right now. It happens later. So I'm just kind of bringing this up for me to kind of cut through a lot of bullshit that happens later on. So instead of getting a sign from Shelley, he gets a sign that Sarah is to now make his way into the apartment. So as Sarah goes a good old knocking on the door, Sarah goes on and makes her way in to here, and she kind of gives him another thing about the Native American study about the crow and this and that. But Sarah goes on and is to say, hey, like, I don't know if I should just be coming on into here. Like, if anything, like, I don't know if you sleep or not. Like, so, like, I'm just kind of here. So Sarah goes on and whips out this this paperwork, and so at some point, when what they kind of get out of this after they've kind of read it, the whole Native American report thing, Draven is to go on and start to realize, because if anything is to kind of be said with Reyes via episode 2, that that Reyes is to mention that the Crow is going to end up just being stuck here to have to just continue to go on and gain up merit badges. And considering Draven is not quite fined yet after taking out Top Dollar and all those guys, that wasn't his unfinished business. That at this point now, Draven has to just keep going on and just keep figuring out ways to get merit badges so that way there's a possibility that he'll be able to just have his unfinished business be that he's just kind of being this supernatural defender, and uh maybe also there is still some kind of tie or connection to Reyes that will kind of finish up uh finally the Crow's story. But if anything, really, like there is something higher above Reyes of how Reyes had all that supernatural information and what have you. But anyways, feasibly, I think from memory, the way that the show really actually ended in almost like a Groundhog's Day fashion, where eventually I think the final episode from memory is for the Crow to try to go on and stop Shelley from dying or stop the events that led to both Draven and Shelley's death. And eventually it all leads to no matter what Draven does, nothing will stop it from happening. Which eventually will lead to Draven, I think, talking to this angel, I believe. And that goes on, and at some point just kind of wraps up the episode, wraps up the season at that note. It's been a while since I've seen the wrapping up this show. So maybe that might not go on and be complete closure to everybody. But again, that might not even be the final episode, and I might be talking out of my butt here. It's been a while since I've watched this show either. But anyways, so Draven goes on to notice that Sarah has this newspaper also. Come to find out, Sarah is going on and doing this report where she's to have to thumb through the newspaper to find out a current event to re-explain this to all of her class. And Draven goes on to find, or to more so feel, Shelley's presence. And Shelley all of a sudden has this newspaper clipping come flying to Draven, and he grabs it, and he realizes that the newspaper clipping is the Franklin attacks, the things that was to be showcased at the beginning of this episode. So Draven realizes that was Shelley telling him something, but he's not quite sure exactly what. Because it's not like she said, "Hey, that newspaper clipping, do that thing." A woman with me needs closure. Shelley says none of that. So Draven has this newspaper but doesn't know what it means. So Sarah says that she should be getting back now, and so she leaves. And Draven continues to look through the newspaper and finds out about the lead suspect being Hedges. So, transition here to now All Right. All Right is going on and speaking with Hedges in this interrogation room. And so Hedges is going on relaying to All Right what he had gone on and seen and had things happen to him. Realizing that there's also a number of witnesses that could probably corroborate Hedges' story, and All Right is going on and telling Hedges that, like, come on, man, just kind of confess, like, make a deal for yourself. So, if anything, the only deal that Hedges wants to make is that he wants a thing of water because he's thirsty, and he's kind of curious if the cops are going to go on and make some kind of strategy to dehydrate him in order for him to confess. So one of the guys go on and get him some water. So Hedges mentions that he was to go on and he was to want to speak with his girlfriend. Lieutenant goes on to ask Hedges if he normally brings guns to visit his girlfriend. And there is suspicions that more than likely the gun was just kind of planted on him, that it wasn't to actually be him to have been the guy that had this gun. That, yeah, the gun is to be shown in the scene just kind of to be kind of flying through the air, and we don't know who had the gun. It doesn't. It didn't come flying out of anyone's, like, it does. We don't really see the Hedges as to have some kind of gun on him at this time. Uh, it just kind of seems like a mystery of, like, okay, this gun that is to be flying through the air, I guess that had to be the murderer's gun, right? So Hedges had gone on to state that he had given Elise a gun for protection. Honestly, for probably how shady her father really was. And eventually, Hedges, I think, was going to go on and blow the whistle on Elise's father, or Elisa was going to. But if anything, Elise instead had kind of forced Franklin's hand to uh, to go on and kind of give up his money. But anyways, so Elise had figured out something about her father, where Elise, as a child, had thought she had burned down this building because she was messing with these matches. Come to find out what really had happened was Franklin had gone on to himself light these matches after Elise and shucked it into the building to start the fire, and then had blamed Elise after the fact. So Elise somehow had gone on to figure this out through a therapist and had remembered what had really happened. And Elise was going to turn around and force her father into, like, hey, give up all your money because I know this story. And Franklin then was to turn around and want to kill his daughter so that we can keep this money. And he did this right then and there. Not specifically Franklin himself. We'll come to find out who the real killer is in this episode, and it's just one of Franklin's security guards. Sorry if that seems like a too quick of a reveal of all this, but I'm getting into spoilers anyways, so I hate to say if I'm ruining this or not. But regardless, I'm just going to keep talking about these episodes. So for all of you who have probably gone on and actually seen these episodes, you may immediately be able to go, yeah, I know all this. I know what you're talking about, whatever. It's okay. So back to Hedges talking here with of course uh the detective here, Albright. Hedges had at one point broken up with Elise, and not only has Hedges lost his job from Franklin, but then eventually also Hedges had broken up with Elise. So these cops are trying to figure out some kind of motive of why Hedges would want to go on and kill Elise here. And Hedges is going on and telling him, hey, like, if anything, me and Elise were going to go on and we were going to talk again. Like, it seems that after she had gone on and sought out therapy, that Elise was different. She was going to go on and want to talk to me to kind of figure things out. If anything, Hedges is trying to tell this detective, like I think we're almost going to have a possibility, a shot of getting back together. So Hedges is coming up with any reason for him to not go on and be the killer. Because really, he's not. He's not to be the guy. But if anything, Albright and the lieutenant are just like, I don't know if we could exactly buy this guy's story. So Hedges is also stating that Elise is to have information about her own father that could possibly destroy him, some secrets. And so Hedges is like, well, hey, why don't you investigate instead of me? Why aren't you investigating her own father? Because if anything, Hedges is to know that Elise was to have said these things right before she died, and that seems rather suspicious. So now we have Albright making his way to Franklin's, and Franklin is going on and asking, all right, it's like, well, hey, uh, is there any way of which that Hedges can get out of this? I know he was the one who was to go on and kill her. Like, yeah, definitely go on and make sure that that guy doesn't have any loopholes to squeeze out of this. And Franklin almost thinks that it's like an open and shut case. Because if anything, like they'll say it's like, well, yeah, my security team, we caught him, and so yeah, it's definitively him. And so we also have the security guards that are going on, and they're saying their statement, and that they had obtained him, and they're saying that it was Hedges, so that way they can kind of. There's so many people that are going on and saying, yeah, Hedges, Hedges, Hedges. Like all these security guys, all Franklin, they're all saying this just so that way it pushes, like, well, yeah, there's so many people that saw Hedges with this gun, even though it's not really true. So Franklin is going on and telling Albright that he was trying to tell Elise about Hedges and trying to convince her, but she was blind. She was blind to him. So Albright goes on and asks Franklin if there was any. We have the traditional asking. It's like, well, hey, would anybody have a grudge against you besides Hedges? And all right, ask that because of how Hedges is completely refusing to confess that he was to have been the man who shot him, even though there's so many supposed eyewitnesses at this point, right? Yeah. So and Franklin is saying like, well, of course Hedges is trying to convince you that he's not the killer. He's cornered, he's desperate, and he'll say anything. So, all right is like, well, you know what? Like, so I know you're gonna go on and you're gonna have a funeral for your daughter Elise. I would not go on and have you do any further public appearances so that way it protects you so you won't get assassinated or shot again. Because considering we don't know if Hedges is to have been the killer and we're not sure if the killer is still out there, like Franklin, you need to go on and just not even go to your own daughter's funeral. And Franklin goes on and like says, I will not go to my own daughter's funeral. Like, I don't care, I'm gonna go. So and he makes a big stink about it. He makes a big deal about it. So Hedges is in prison. Draven is back at his apartment, and here is where both Draven and both Shelley are talking to one another through this portal. I would like to call it a portal, like a portal butthole, but like feasibly, there is really it's not a cool uh, thing that like I had time butthole in the Mighty Morphin Power Rangers thing. I can't place butthole in here because it doesn't sound funny. Because this is not a time hole or whatever. It's a portal. Whatever. Could I come up with something? A limb butthole. It's nothing that sounds cool enough for the kiddies and for the dudes out there, for the women out there, and the goat from outer space. Just always had that analogy. So here's where Shelley starts speaking with Draven, and so they're talking about crossing over, and Shelly's asking Draven, it's like, well, hey, do you think you can kind of come to me? And Draven's like, no, like, can you come to me? And Shelly's like, I don't think I can. What are we wasting our time on here? So Shelly is telling Eric, I have so much to tell you, so many things. I like me and Ellis here just having a good old time. It's like, do you think that this could just be open forever? No. Freaking like, didn't you guys see Poltergeist? Yeah, like that whole thing, that door thing was like that thing was just consistently open in the Poltergeist movie, where like Carol Ann just goes through the door, and then oddly that portal is just open. When eventually they walk through the door, and then they make their way into eventually having the one thing that kind of falls. But yeah, but like so that was like a portal to the other side, whatever. But like there wasn't a communication really going on. That's a little bit different. So, anyways, I'm getting very lost in the weeds. That's why this is like 12 hours long. For those of you that can keep count. So, it's 3 hours. Yeah. Anyways, uh, uh, so eventually there's so much to tell one another But again, it ends up being not much of anything important. And eventually the portal does close, and the lights, the candle gets unlit. Oh no, not the candle. So Draven is to go on and realize, like, oh dang, like I didn't nothing. Me and her, we didn't kiss, we didn't hug, we nothing. We didn't even have a good enough conversation that really meant anything. So Draven falls to the ground to come to find the landlord there. Draven gets back up. The landlord has this bat on him. Yeah, bat. Yeah. Ooh, poke you. So the landlord has no idea who this guy is. And eventually he'll come back to fix the window. And then Draven will be like, oh yeah, the landlord guy. Yeah, we had talked before. I'm telling him I'm working undercover on this witness protection thing or this FBI project. And so because Draven will go on and he'll tell this landlord this lie that he is Eric Draven and he disappeared because he's working with the police, and so he just needs to live here. So the landlord is like, well, fine, like the rent is like $750 a month, and if anything, you need to talk to these FBI guys and you need to tell them that they need to fix this floor because now I can't go on and rent this entire floor to anybody because no one wants to live here. So yeah, so Draven does convince this landlord that he, like, hey, I'm going to still live here. I'll pay the rent. So the landlord eventually leaves. So that's kind of the clearing of what happens here most of the time, most of the case. To try as best as possible to shorten this up. So All Right goes on and is now in the police office and is going through ballistic reports and is going through and looking at the bullet casings and seeing what things match. Let me pause here for 1 second. All right. So, as All Right goes on and talks to the lieutenant here, after going through reports and stuff like that's the biggest problem I have with just cop stuff for me. Like, I like a police procedural thing is very hard for me to always break down. Just because for me, I just get so lost in and I mean really lost in the details. That's why I try to stick away from stuff that feels anywhere close to police procedural, because it's very hard for me to exactly know in a perfect way of what's all going on, and I feel like I'm just trying as best as possible to just ram through this crap because I just am like, there's some stuff where it's just like I can't retain it easily because I just get so lost in some of the just stuff that they're just talking about at some points. But anyways, All Right goes on and is to make his way through some certain paperwork and continues to talk to Lieutenant here. Lieutenant goes on and tells All Right that they had figured out how exactly Hedges had gotten fired. Hedges had gotten fired from Franklin because he had wanted to blow the whistle on Franklin. There were some structural things that weren't to be good with Franklin's hotels that he had owned. And so in turn, when Franklin was to hear about Hedges having this complaint, Franklin immediately fired Hedges because of this. And All Right goes on to tell his lieutenant, it's like, well, hey, like, if he's really going to go on and be fired because of that, like, I wouldn't mind going on and being fired for something like that. Because if anything, when you really think about it, all Hedges could have turned around and took them to court for wrongful termination, and so, anyways, could have sued him for that and could have probably won that case. Because it's like, well, yeah, like he has paperwork to show that legit, like he was wrongfully terminated. He was terminated because he did something good instead of something bad. And obviously, I'm sure the courts probably would have been behind him if he would have took that to court. But so his lieutenant goes on like, "Oh, you want to get fired? Maybe that'll get arranged." And so the lieutenant walks off, and so All Right is trying to he's trying to mess with this stupid candy machine, and he's like, "Well, could you arrange fixing the candy machine before I go?" So All Right goes on and turns back after speaking to the lieutenant to realize that Draven is at the candy machine and he hits it the right way and he gets it to work. And so Draven tells All Right, it's like, hey, you and me, we should talk. So All Right is to realize that Draven must have a really good reason for being here. And Draven's real reason for talking to All Right is because he needs rent for his apartment room, for his place. So All Right goes on and looks at Draven. It's like I'm sorry, why did you come to me for this? Like, why don't you go on and figure out a way to get a normal job like a normal person? Like, I'm sure no one's gonna pay you for defending the city. Like, it's kind of like Falcon from Falcon and Winter Soldier. At some point, Falcon is to realize that he has like no money, no equity, no whatever, and we have one of these financial guys that talks to Falcon. It's like, well, hey, like, weren't you working with Tony Stark and didn't he pay you and feed you and whatever? And Falcon is just like, no, if anything, it's kind of community service. Like, we don't get paid for anything. If anything, yeah, we get like shipped off to wherever we need to go, but it's all community service. So these, yeah, like basically, whenever somebody needs to be a superhero, it's basically community service. We're not gonna have the Crow like just randomly find just millions of dollars of drug money where he could be like, oh, I'm taking all this, and because no, that would be a horrible thing for the Crow or anybody to do. Uh, Very rarely, I think the only case of that actually happening is in like the movie Kick Ass, where Nicolas Cage's character Big Daddy goes on and he is to kind of just steal all the drug money, and it is to be turned around to be used to fund his operation. So that is to be a different story. So All Right does give Draven money. He gives him like I think like $20 or something. He's like, hey, this is all the money that I really have to just kind of give you to fund your operation. And Draven does not take the money, and Draven is to eventually just be like, well, I'll just kind of figure something out. Eventually, Draven will go on and will speak with India. And Draven ends up going to state, like, well, yeah, like, I really do need a job right now. And India's like, well, hey, how about you kind of just be a bouncer at my club? Like, I obviously owe you one anyways. So, you know what? If you're a bouncer at my club, like, that'll be fine. Like, that'll be what your job is. Because feasibly, if this guy is the Crow, I think he'll go on and he'll be able to kind of figure out how to kick anyone out of a club. So now transitioning to both Sarah and Darla here. The two of them are going on and watching this news report talking about Ellis Franklin and uh, uh, and so eventually there's a whole story coming out here of Darla and Sarah where they're talking about the whole matches thing. They're talking about how when she was a 3 or 4 year old, how the matches was to go on and be a thing, and Darla is to explain because she knows about it because Sarah doesn't know about it. How a lot of people had died in that fire. So Sarah goes on to talk about how the further and further they realize that Elise is dead, Sarah goes on to state that, like, well, hey, maybe Elise isn't actually dead. Maybe she's not dead. And Darla goes on to state, hey, like, we're not going to go on and talk about that kind of stuff in this household. Like, just kind of leave it the way it is. So, uh, now we transition into cops, and they are bringing in Hedges into this armored car. The, the bird crow goes on to spot that Hedges is going into this armored car. So, the next thing we see here is both these officers getting this armored car, and eventually they start driving. Drevin, who turns into the Crow, goes on to appear in front of this armored car as they run him over. The cops go on and they go on this radio and they're calling for an ambulance. One of the security guards one of the police officers go out to check if Drevin's okay, tells him to not move, and Drevin eventually goes on and grabs this cop and takes him out. Drevin will eventually get back up, and the other police officer will come out of the vehicle, whipping out his pistol, and will fire upon Draven to have Draven have his hand go up and his hand having a hole within it. This is to go on and be quite similar to the movie. If you guys remember the scene where the Crow is to go on and have his hand go up, and then there's a bullet hole that goes through it, and he's like, ha ha ha. And this, I think, was the Crow against Fun Boy, I think, in the movie. But if anything, it's not to be meant to really have the Crow go on and attack this guy and kill him because he doesn't kill people again. So the Crow goes on to knock out this police officer and takes all the bullets out of these guys' pistols and tells them, hey, like, I have no problem with you. I just have to go on and get into this vehicle and tell Hedges, like, hey, like, let's go. Like I know that you're an innocent out of all this, so we're gonna get the heck out of here. So the Crow ends up getting into the armored car, speaking to Hedges. Hedges ends up turning to this guy. It's like, who the hell are you? And so the Crow says, well, I can either explain it or we can get the hell out of here. And so Hedges is like, yeah, get rolling. Draven takes Hedges to this nightclub, Blackout. Draven takes Hedges to this part of the Blackout Club to just kind of have him kind of just stay there for a while so he has a place to just hide out. And plus, also, Draven is to talk to Hedges, and so Draven is saying like, well, hey, no one is waiting for a trial for you to go on and be sentenced. If anything, people want you dead now. So there is a reason why Draven is trying to protect Hedges, because if anything, Hedges could go on and speak to somebody. Like, if anything, it also seems already that Albright is kind of suspicious that it's not really Hedges. So there could be anybody trying to gun after Hedges at this point. So Draven is just trying to protect Hedges, so he's trying to hide him away here. He's trying to hide him out. He's trying to make him just kind of go into the nightclub and disappear, so that way no one finds him. Anyways. So India comes to find that Draven is hiding in this room, and so she finds him. Draven comes out, and India is telling Draven, it's like, well, hey, like, why were you in that room? And so Draven goes on to say, hey, the reason why I was in that room is honestly because I've been living here, because I have nowhere else to go, even though that's a lie. He has an apartment. So Draven goes on to confess to India that he doesn't have a job right now, and the place in which that he wanted to live in, like, he has to pay rent before he can live there. So India's like, well, yeah, like, well, like, hey, I owe you one, so how about I make you a bouncer, and so you'll have a job here. So Draven is like, great, but still, Draven is going to go on and hold Hedges there, and so that's really why he was there. So we now have officers going on and telling Albright what happened. There are a couple of detectives that come in and are to mention what happened at the armored car, and is telling Albright about the eventual crow that went on to free Hedges, and said like he's Asian or Hispanic. His face is painted and this. So we obviously know that the crow had gone on to free this guy, and now Albright knows also. So now they're on the hunt to try to figure out where Hedges is. Like as if this is going to be the U.S. Marshals things where like, look at every outhouse, pool house, roadhouse, whatever. Find this man until he is found. Anyways, so we transition here. So now back with Draven and Hedges. Just the duo that we all wanted, right? Uh, Hedges is saying that there's a possibility that there's not going to be long for him to be able to stay here. That Hedges feels that probably India isn't exactly going on and buying Draven's story. That Hedges is going to just be able to stay here forever or whatever, whenever, however long. And so Hedges wants to know who this guy is, who is helping him out, why he's helping out, and why also that he wears the clown makeup that he does. So Eric Draven explains to Hedges that he is to be Eric Draven, that he was murdered, and that he has come back from the dead. He doesn't know why. Draven states that he's here to try to put what right once went wrong, to hoping that his next leap is a leap home. That's the tail end of Quantum Leap, but hey, I'm just kind of like it's the kind of this the every kind of superhero has that kind of story where eventually it's like, well, yeah, I'm here for truth, justice, and the American way. That's kind of what Draven kind of just says here. Uh, so Hedges is like, well, hey, well, what do we do now? So Allright is going on and making his way to, of course, Draven's place because since now Allright is to immediately know that it's Draven who has Hedges, because immediately it's like, well, yeah, like this guy's to have clown makeup, Asian to Hispanic descent, like yeah, like so. Albright makes his way uh, to of course Draven's place to look around and find that there's no one there. So Albright is to realize like, well, I should have known that Draven wouldn't have exactly just brought him here. That would have been the first place I would have looked. So he must have gone and brought him somewhere else. So next we have Franklin talking to a security guard. I believe his name is Davies. Uh, so the two of them are both talking about Hedges, and they're realizing that since now Hedges is out there, that he must not be working alone. That someone had obviously broken him out of that uh, armored van, and that Hedges must be working with some kind of professional. And somehow Gil or Hedges has some kind of connections that they don't know about. So, if anything, this is kind of getting both Davies and both Franklin kind of concerned that this will finally go on and have Hedges kind of do Franklin and these guys in and find out the truth and so on and so forth. So Franklin just tells Davies to double their security and even like pay some people if you have to, like whatever it takes. So we must never underestimate the Hedges and whoever he's working with. So now we have Allright going to the club. He's going to Blackout. All Right makes his way to India and is hoping that India could have some answers uh for All Right to, like, hey, do you know where Draven is? And he goes on and says, like, well, yeah, like, I just hired him as this bouncer, and like, when was the last time you saw him? And so and he eventually goes on to tell All Right that it's like, well, hey, like, why do you have suspicions of Eric? Like, if anything, I think that he's a really good guy. And and India ends up telling All Right that she saw him this afternoon, and she had seen him hiding out within this one part of the club. Both All Right and India go into that exact room that Draven was in last, that he was hiding out in, and once they open the door, no one's there. All Right goes on and asks India, well, like, well, hey, did he tell you anything about where he was going? And of course, India doesn't know. So All Right just goes on and makes his way back uh, to his home to just head to bed because he's again just like, well, like, there's nowhere else to go. So All Right goes on and is to make his way to this woman that he's been seeing, this DA. And as the two of them are kind of sharing this bed together, and they're having a little bit of pillow talk back and forth, but All Right is to be like, well, hey, like, when we had this relationship together that we weren't going to really kind of divulge anything. We're kind of going to keep everything close to the vest. So, but the DA can kind of see that All Right is to kind of be uh, and we're back. So All Right is going on and talking to this DA, and eventually comes the clear thought of, like, the DA realizes that there's something up with All Right because she is to, like, well, yeah, you know what, like, All Right is to probably think that it's really not Hedges. That if anything, there's something else going on here. And they start to go on and they start to talk about therapy. And uh, they mention about people being emotionally disturbed. And it doesn't really seem that Hedges is to be a guy who is to be emotionally disturbed. And so we now transition here. Oh, and the two of them are like, we have the DA who's kind of just massaging, uh, also All Right, and then there ends being a little bit of a joke, and All Right is like, hey man, you make fun of me, and so the next thing we see is transitioning here. We have both Draven and we have both Hedges. They have made their way back to the crime scene, the scene of which that was to have gone on, and had Elisa been killed and Franklin shot. Hedges is to go on and state here how he honestly would have liked to have gone on and gotten killed like Elise, simply because he has been in so much pain since she had died. That if anything, it's so painful that like he wished that he could be where she is right now. And Draven is all of a sudden drifting off because he feels Shelley's presence. Here is the time where both Elise and Shelley are going to connect to one another, so Shelley could go on to give Draven the visual that Elise saw, who is the to have been the person to have shot her instead of Hedges. So Hedges is going on and seeing Draven, and his eyes are closed. Draven is recounting what had happened and is seeing the one bodyguard. The one bodyguard is to whip out the gun, blast 2 shots, and then it's to see Hedges scrambling. We then see the bodyguard who is to tackle Hedges to the ground, and Draven states to Hedges that the bodyguard who had grabbed you had been the one to have been the guy who had shot both Elise and Franklin, and he was the guy, not you. So both Davies and bodyguard who had, of course, gone on to shoot Ellis had arrived at the scene of the crime, and both of the bodyguards were going on and grabbing both Hedges and both Draven here to grab them, to arrest them, and what have you. So the bodyguards go on and they take out Draven here, and then they grab Hedges. All right goes on, and he speaks with the lieutenant. All right goes on and asks about a therapist known as Dr. Sidney. Because Dr. Sidney, coincidentally, is to have been Elise's therapist. Come to find out that the therapist had specifically died in a carjacking a couple of weeks ago. And Alright goes on and says to the lieutenant, isn't that kind of weird that this specific therapist that had been tied to Elise coincidentally died? Isn't that a little weird? So we now transition to Franklin talking to Hedges here. Hedges goes on and is to say how much just Franklin is the bad guy here. Franklin, in turn, is to tell Hedges, like, hey, no one's going to believe whatever you're going to say. Like, everybody is, like, there's so many people that are to point out that you are to be the guy who killed this girl, and no one is going to change that otherwise. And if anything, also, they are to go on and realize that the crow is just knocked out here, and if anything, Hedges could possibly think when the crow gets back up that they're going to have a chance to kind of get this whole thing resolved. And here's when the crow does pop back up and starts to go on and starts attacking yet again. So Already ends up getting a phone call, finding out that Hedges is at Franklin's hotel. So he makes his way there. Franklin goes to the roof as the crow is going on and facing off against these bodyguards. Because Hedges has also made his way to the rooftop. Franklin has his gun out as, of course, Hedges to be running here. The crow makes his way to the rooftop and is to get in the way of Franklin's gun. And eventually, this all leads to the crow grabbing Franklin, teetering him over the edge of this hotel to hope that he'll go on and give a confession about what really happened with Elise and the secrets she had. Eventually, by this time, All Right will also be appearing here and will be overhearing all of what Franklin is to go on and confess. So, regardless of Franklin being under duress here, still, I guess this confession will go on to be sound. So, here's where they go on and they talk about the matches that Elise had that were actually blown out, and then Franklin in turn just lit a match himself and then went on to light the place on fire. Elise found out about it and was to try to get Franklin to give away his money, and Franklin was going to do that, so that's why he had her killed. So further and further, the crow is to keep pushing Franklin over the side, and there's a bunch of people going on to try to convince the crow here that he should not go on and try to kill this guy, because if anything, like they're just going to let him rot and imprison him. So they do go on, they do get him arrested. I think Hedges is to be the one convincing the crow to just kind of stop what he's doing, so that way, because like, well, hey man, like you try to do what's right, and you should try to go on and not kill this guy. So they arrest him. So after the fact, we now have All Right and we have Draven, and they're at the club. Draven is to go on and ask All Right. It's like, well, hey, I don't see you as a hard rock fan, and All Right is like, well, I'm not. I just came here to see you. All Right goes on to say to Draven about what had happened at the end. How since All Right had heard Franklin's confession and and God dang it, why is this so hard to break down? Blah. so Alright goes on and talks about what had happened, the resolving of Franklin, Hedges, and everything, and Draven is to go on and say, "All right, it's like, well, hey, you didn't come all the way here just to re-explain all this to me, did you?" And so All Right is like, "No, like I came here because at one point Draven was with All Right when he was in the interrogation room, and at one point Hedges is to have held this glass, and Draven, while he was in the interrogation room, also had touched that same glass. While Draven had touched the glass, he had kind of images rolling into Hedges' mind that he was to not have been the guy who is to have killed this girl. And since Draven was in his mind, that was all of the reason that honestly Draven needed to realize that this guy was not going to be the killer here. So, but when Draven did leave his prints on that glass, All Right took the glass and ran the prints off the glass to see that legitimately these were Eric Draven's prints, so that's the real reason why he was there. To say it's like, well, yeah, like at first I did not know exactly if you were Eric Draven or not, but it seems now that I've even run your prints and I've gotten them back that you're Eric Draven. Like, I don't know why you're here, and I know exactly what's going on, and there's a lot of stuff that can't be explained. And if anything, like, All Right is here to say, like, well, uh, like, hopefully the next time if you're gonna go on and you're gonna like work without the badge, hey, maybe call next time. So All Right goes on and leaves, and Draven says like, well, hey, you sure you don't want to come into the club? Like you're gonna miss a good show. And Draven's like, ah, or All Right's like, ah, whatever. Like I'm leaving. So here's when we go on. We see that Ellis has a possibility of making her way to heaven to cross over. And here's where Elise goes on and asks Shelly, hey, you coming too? And Shelly's like, no, I still have unfinished business. So Shelly walks off into heaven, and so we're now left to the very last episode. Thank God. These episodes were so hard to explain here. I apologize. Just, oh my God. Like, it'd probably be a lot easier if I could have figured out the best way to just kind of get through all like the certain details of stuff, but I really had a problem here. So I guess luckily the guy is Kyle, the guy of this episode that works. That works. The kid that is with Sarah in this episode is actually Kyle. So I was like, cool, I got that right in my brain. So Shane Kasha is uh, we'll cross that bridge when we come there. So within this episode, we have this old couple that starts off this episode. The two of them are going on, and they're talking about movie night. They're talking about family and so on and so forth. And we come to find that there's a knock at the door. This old man goes on and makes his way to the door, and is to all of a sudden be attacked by these two people in gorilla costumes. Both elderly man and woman are to be forced to be tied to these chairs, and we then go on to have an unmasking of, I believe, Kesha here. I probably have gotten this wrong. And then Shane reveals himself. So we start to see that this gang of guys with Shane and his people are what it's to look like at first to just be a party, I thought, but then we come to find more so that they're just there to trash the place, steal anything they want, and eventually try to get all the money and whatever they can take from this home. But mostly it's there to just trash the place. We see like computers being thrusted into pools. We see glass doors getting broken. We see couches being thrusted into pools, all kinds of things. Also, I think a bike goes into the pool. They're just chucking everything into the pool. They're spray painting the paintings. So Shane brings in Kyle because Kyle, this is his very first ever time with this group. So he has to earn their trust. So Shane goes on to explain to Kyle how expensive this painting is, and is to tell him that he needs to take this box cutter and slice into it in an X-like fashion. So Kyle is hesitated. He's breathing heavy. He's like, I don't know. So Shane is to go on and tell everybody, hey, like, let's kind of give Kyle some time here to kind of build up to him to like first doing this, because I trust that he's gonna go through with it. So Kyle goes on, grabs this box cutter, cuts into an X, and huzzah, this guy has gone on to win these guys over. It's like, he did it. So even to the point further to where Shane specifically takes that exact portrait and brings it to him to show to Kyle, hey, yeah, remember the trust that you earned with us? Look, it's still here. So now we have the crow that has flown in to this home, and the crow is the bird crow is looking around like, okay. See. So now we go into intro. So we transition here. Sarah is to skateboard her way through a bunch of kids that are all playing basketball to meet up with Kyle. And again, I guess there is no closed caption here, so I'm really just kind of going back to guessing. Even though I did a horrible job when it actually came down to the closed caption, it did even worse. So Sarah's talking to Kyle and it's asking him, hey, what's up? And Kyle's like, it's like, well, obviously not you. Sarah goes on and looks at Kyle's wrist and realizes a new watch is there. Sarah starts pinging on Kyle about the watch, and this leaves further to have Kyle want to start leaving. Sarah's like, well, hey, tell me about the watch. Like, why aren't you talking to me? You're acting a little bit different. Like, if anything, like I told you that you and me, like, we're always brother and sister, right? So Kyle is going on and saying stuff like, hey, I'm getting mine, and like, so also like he goes on and he just walks off, and Sarah's like, but hey, your lunch, and he's like, I don't care, so he walks off. So Draven at his apartment just starts to thumb through old photos and is to find a photo of Shelly. Here's where we have the first thing of a reflection of how Draven met Sarah for the first time. And I've kind of reflected on that. I think I've said it already. So Shelley goes on to have taken a picture of Sarah. Sarah comes over to see the picture, and that's how Draven and Sarah meet. Draven was playing a guitar, and Sarah goes, "Oh, you're a musician?" And Draven's like, "Yeah, I guess." Draven is laying down on the ground. Sarah is to like, "Hey, Draven, how's it going?" Then all of a sudden the landlord comes in and he wants to fix the window. Draven tells the landlord not to fix the window, and also Draven is to tell Sarah, it's like, well, hey, yeah, me and the landlord, like he knows that I'm here. He knows what's going on. I told him I'm undercover, so like everything is copacetic, everything is okay. The next thing we see is Albright. He's in the police. He's in the police office. He's speaking with Darla. Darla has gone on to uh, make a job into the police office. She's answering phones, which is cool, nice. She's gone on to make something of herself. So Darla goes on and is to tell Albright that she appreciates how he had put in a good word for her, and this is to be the way in which that she was to have gotten this job. So Albright goes on and makes his way to see Sarah and is to start talking to her. Albright just kind of gets lost in the fact of what Sarah is to be asking him for, because Sarah just starts going on and it's like, well, hey, I had this report going on and I just want to talk about undercover work, and I'm kind of curious about how that really does kind of happen, like what are the steps. So Albright just kind of sits down and just kind of gets fascinated and just gets caught up in this conversation. And I think Albright is also just like, man, this is actually nice that she actually gives a about what I do. Like, it's kind of nice that we're having this talk here. So Albright starts going on and like step by step breaking down undercover work. And then Lieutenant comes in and like, Albright, is this really what you should be doing with your time? And so also here's where Albright brings or here's where the lieutenant brings Albright like the black substance, and they start talking about it. So Albright makes his way into Blackout to speak to Draven, and eventually this substance is to go on and lead him to talk to Draven. And so Albright goes on and says, hey, I'm working on a case right now. Like, if anything, with what you do and what I do, like maybe one another can kind of scratch one another's back. So, considering I'm on this case, like, how about you help me out? And Draven's like, oh, okay, all right. So, we transition here to now have Kyle. Kyle is to make his way to the car who I believe has Kesha in it, the woman that is with Shane. And Kyle's getting into the car, and Sarah's like, well, hey, where is Kyle going? So, since Sarah is very concerned about Kyle, and also we have Birdcrow, who is off in the distance, just like, ha, ha, yeah, I'm here, ha, ah. Anyways, so Birdcrow is watching what all is going on here, and Sarah is to stop the car that Kyle's in, and is to tell the woman alongside Sarah, or Sarah's to go on and tell the woman that's with Kyle, hey, I know what's going on with what you're doing. Kyle told me everything. You got to let me in, or otherwise I'm going to blab. And so Kesha goes on and is to have Sarah like, hey, come on, like you're going to come with us. So Draven, I think because this is a time where he can see what's going on through the crow, that he's concerned with Sarah, and he feels that at this point he probably needs to leave. As the bird crow flies away. So Kyle, Sarah, and Kesha, I believe, I have no idea, meets up with Shane. And if I misstate any of these characters' names, anybody can correct me in the comments below. Because I know I probably said something wrong. I said probably a billion things wrong. I've made 100 mistakes, I'm sure. If anything, I don't want to go back over this all over again because it was so hard to do this first time around. So, and I'm too far to need to back down now. I've come too far at this point, finally. So, Shane goes on and meets up with Kyle and realizes, oh, Sarah's here? So, immediately Shane is to take it to wielding a gun right at Kyle and right at Sarah. And so they go on and they tell Sarah, it's like, well, hey, like, if you want to be in with us, like, there is no way out. Like, if you want to go on and, like, this is your time to second guess your decision, as Shane has already kind of thrown a gun in these people's faces. It's like, hey, Sarah, if you want out, now's the time. But if you want all the way in, then this is your last stop. So Sarah says that she wants in, and so they go in, and here is where Shane goes on and showcases to Kyle, hey, I have the picture that you cut up. Hey, yeah. Because I think that is actually really smart here if you kind of think about it. I think the main reason why Shane was to have kept that picture was just in case if anything was to go wrong with Kyle, maybe he was to go on uh and go to the police or something like that, then Shane has the picture to be like, wait a minute, like Kyle had gone on and cut up this photo, and look, I have it right here as evidence. So, if anything, if Kyle was to go on and have them not be quite 100% sure about them, that's what the picture was for, really. But if anything, Shane was to just say that, oh yeah, like this is how much you really meant to me, is the reason why I kept this picture there. I don't really think so. So Shane explains to, well, Kyle goes on to explain to Sarah what this whole organization is about. That it's kind of like a fight against the system, and like, to me, it kind of reminds me of Fight Club. How eventually Fight Club all eventually became Project Mayhem, and Project Mayhem was to go on and have like credit go to zero, and this in some ways is to kind of feel like that, where like they're trying to fight against the system, as well as also just to manipulate these people into anything that would seem of a rational reason for them to break into these people's homes to get these rich people's money, because really eventually it's the manipulation tactic for this leader, this group to go, this leader who's with this girl that are to like, well, yeah, I'm going to manipulate all these people so that way they can do whatever I want, so that way I can get the biggest payout, so I can in turn have all these people to blame while I escape out of here, which is really what happens by the end of this episode, is what these people attempt to do. So Shane, after Kyle, is to have their kind of mission statement of why they do what they do. Shane is to go on and tell Sarah that he has like the perfect mission lined up for her. And I thought like maybe the reason why they had Sarah be a part of this mission was so that way Sarah could go on and do something because of her size. Like I was thinking that she was gonna have to like sneak into somewhere and like that was the rationale. No. What ends up happening in this episode is Sarah just comes to this intercom system and she makes up some lie about a car accident and her father's hurt and she's hurt and she just needs to go into this person's home to call for help and get bandages, and they end up opening this gate for her and she comes in, and that's when in turn all these other guys follow and get into this person's home and tear through it like usual. That wasn't exactly to need Sarah. Like, if anything, anybody could have almost gone on and tried to pull that same thing and have it work. It probably would have. It probably was easier convincing for this woman to be bought by a child saying this, but like, I don't know, debatable. Transition here. So now a blackout. Draven ends up finding out from the bartender that's there. I couldn't find who the bartender's actual name was, so I'm just going with bartender. Draven finds out from this female bartender that's smoking hot. Yeah, God, I've already been stretching this out for too long. I apologize. Draven finds out from this bartender that there's two guys that are going on and having flasks into the bar. So, yeah, either kick them out or have them kind of drink at the bar because nobody can just bring in booze into the club. That's not how things work here. So the bartender is relaying this message to Draven, and so he's like, okay, I'll go on and I'll speak to them, and I'll hope that they'll go on and they'll decide to buy some beer or get kicked out of here. So Draven goes on and speak with one of the men who I believe is Damon. Draven and Damon start talking here, and it seems that Draven will not go on to be convinced to get rid of his flask. Even when Draven is asked politely, hey, if you guys can just buy a beer or two, if anything, it'll get you out of trouble, it'll get me out of trouble. Like, hey, how about just buy something? And the guy refuses to do so, which leads them to have Draven kick them out of the club and eventually fight here. So Draven goes on to face off not only against Damon, but then also, I believe, another guy who I believe is Jace. I question that because it's a little hard to decipher who all these smaller roles actually are. So if I'm wrong, which I'm sure 1,000,000,000% I probably am, Jace, who's to be the bald figure with the camo, whips out this knife. This crappy curved little knife that I'm like, really? Like, this knife looks like a piece of like, where'd you get this stupid knife from? So Draven goes on to easily take out this guy, as well as also scare these guys away ultimately. But we do have Damon that drops this flask. And Draven takes the flask, touches it, and is to then go on and see that Damon and that Jace were part of this group that was to go on and crash through this home. And we see also Shane, who's going on and he's drinking from this flask. And also is to have Kyle involved. So the next thing we see is both Kesha and both Shane. And they're being intimate with one another, kissing and what have you. Sarah goes on to open this cabinet to find what looks like either an award or a bell of some kind. And she ends up getting grabbed. It's like, oh, you're in trouble. The next thing we see is Albright. Albright ends up going on to talk to Darla, and guess what is to be again happening? Darla ends up telling Albright, hey, yeah, Sarah's missing. Where is she? Figure out where she is. Has she talked to you? Has she said anything to you? No? Well, we should probably try to find her. Also, Albright had talked to Darla and says, like, well, yeah, she was working on some report about undercover officers. And Darla's like, well, no, she was working on a report for the history of skateboarding. And so Albright is like, why would she lie to me? It's like, So Albright makes his way to Draven. So come to find out, both Draven and Albright had given Sarah ideas to work undercover to get herself into what is to eventually, unfortunately, be trouble where she's now missing. So here's where Draven goes on and gives Albright the flask. She's like, hey, like, I find this flask, and do these initials mean anything to you? So Draven goes on, gives him the flask, and is say, yeah, whoever was to have had this flask, these guys that I met at the nightclub last night, and he describes them, and he gives in detail what they look like. It's like, hey, go and look for these guys, because they must be a part of this gang who is to be kind of wrecking through these homes, and so I'm giving you this flask so you have something to do. So now we have Draven on his motorcycle, and so the next thing we see is both Kyle and Sarah. They're at this place where Sarah is now being held. Kasha comes in and she is to take this food bag and chucks it at Sarah. It's like, hey, eat something. Kasha ends up grabbing Kyle to say, hey, come with us. Shane goes on and speaks with Kyle and talks about Sarah, saying that, hey, Sarah's with you, like we trusted you kind of thing, and like this Sarah, like it's getting us kind of worried, like so there is a point where Shane gives the gun to Kyle and says, hey, if you really want to earn our trust, you would take this gun and you would kill Sarah. And Kyle at one point, at no point does go on and want to take this gun and do that. So Shane just goes on and turns to Kesha here. It's like, all right, like we're gonna go on and do one last job, and we're going to have Sarah involved because she's still going to go on and work with us. So Draven goes on and is to have the memory of Birdcrow. Draven is to have had Birdcrow follow that car to where the hideout is. So Draven is now retracing the steps that Birdcrow had went to follow this car, and Draven is to find this warehouse. And it seems to be the perfect time for it because people are to go on and leave to do this caper. Or there's seemingly people. Or no, wait. There's a bunch of cars just kind of lined up here that are gonna soon be showing here that people are gonna be leaving. So Shane was to have talked to Kesha, and before they were going to go on under their last job, what the heck happened here? I have no idea what happened here. Just blah. No, I think I'm fine anyways. So there is just a mad scramble of that just got all mixed up together. It's fine. I can work around it. So Shane is to ask Kesha, like, well, hey, I'm gonna get in one last workout session, which basically means Shane is going to have Damon kind of be this punching dummy and with these pads, and Shane's gonna go on and like punch and kick and yeah. So eventually here's where Eric appears here. As Shane is going on and kicking here, eventually Eric is to grab one of the kicks, Draven, the crow. The crow eventually goes on to start fighting Shane, and eventually there's a realization here that the numbers gang is against the crow, or in this case, I guess just Draven because he doesn't have the makeup. So they have a gun pointed at Sarah's head, and they tell, hey, Draven, don't get involved, or otherwise we're going to kill Sarah. So they all make their way into their vehicles. They all start to leave. And here's where Draven switches to the crow. Because Damon is going to take Draven out to the boonies and shoot him in the head, while Shane and everybody are leaving. So the crow goes on and tells Shane, it's like, hey, don't shoot me head, because all you're going to do is just kill me. So Draven turns into the crow, grabs Damon, flings him, and takes him out. Takes him out of the matter of which Draven flings Damon, comes back to Damon, puts a gun to him, and tells him to like, hey, tell me where they're going, as well as also you're gonna go to Albright and confess everything that you did, and of course Damon will get so spooked that he'll rush to the police office and he'll go on and he'll confess anything. Anything you want me to confess, I'm willing to confess anything. And so now we have Shane. Shane is to bring Sarah to the exact place where she is to have to go on and tell these people, these homeowners, this story, this lie, to get them to open up this gate. Sarah mentions about the car accident, that not only her father is hurt as well as she is, and that she needs bandages. She needs to make the 911 phone call herself because the woman is trying to say, it's like, well, hey, I'll make the phone call. And Sarah's like, no, I'll make it. So the woman is convincing enough to let Sarah in the gate. And then the next thing we see is that Shane and everybody is partying and they're opening up champagne, they're having a good old time. Shane thrusts the gun into Kyle's chest. And then Shane goes on to make his way back to Kesha. And Kesha is to have this briefcase. Shane and Kesha's goal is to figure out a way to get what is seemingly this $10 million thing out of this vault that is within this person's house. Okay. So Shane and Kesha will need to go on to get this woman to open up the combination to this vault so that way they can get the money, or they can get whatever the thing is, the $10 million. So that way they can go on and get out of here scot-free. They'll chuck a bomb on a bed and then they'll try to leave the home with everybody still like, hey, yeah, party it up, do whatever you want. So transition here, we have Albright. We have a police officer that goes on to hand Albright this crow feather. So this police officer is to state that this guy is waiting for Albright, and so when Albright makes his way to find out who is waiting for him, it's Damon. Damon is to confess everything. Damon is to tell Albright everything, and Albright is like, all right, so I'm going to be kind of making my way kind of slightly behind Draven. Damon even goes on to tell Albright, hey, yeah, I left this guy my cell phone so you could even call him. So Albright is like, well, hey, give me that phone number. So Damon writes it down. Albright goes on to call Damon, or Draven, and so Draven answers. Albright is hoping that Draven is going to wait for him, and he won't. That is really what this phone call is really for. Here's where Shane and Kesha both go on to force the woman to open the vault, and the next thing we see is that they have the bomb and they start this timer on it. The crow makes his way to this home and sneaks his way in with none the wiser, I guess, even though there's a guy with just clown makeup on and head to toe black and no one notices. The crow finds the same guy from the club before, the guy with the camo, the bald head, Jace. The crow sees that this guy is going to be hucking this vase like a football, and the crow grabs Jace's arm and forces this guy's arm that's holding the vase up to his throat to be in a choke position, for then the crow to ask exactly Jace, where is Shane, and where and and so where does the crow need to go to find this guy? Oh, I guess it's diamonds instead of money. I have no idea. Whatever the things that seems to have Shane have a fistful of. Uh, like I guess it looks like diamonds to me. I can't really tell. So Draven finds out where Sarah is to be held, and as well as also the woman at the house. He uncovers them, and as Draven and Sarah start to make their way through the house, they bump into Kyle. Kyle is to almost try and stop the crow, puts a gun to his chest, and the crow eventually disarms Kyle. And the crow tells Kyle, it's like, hey, I'll tell him you tried. The crow makes his way into the room and sees that there's a car driving off. The crow gets into the briefcase, realizes that the bomb is there, so the crow is like, well, hey, I'm going to go on and I'm going to give this bomb right back to them. So, as quickly as the crow can, the crow gets on his motorcycle and is to be driving as quickly as he can to meet up with Shane and the woman he's with. The crow goes on and is to be waving the bomb at Shane's face. Shane's like, oh my god! So, the crow is now going on and looking at the bomb and giving him a countdown and saying how many seconds are left. So Shane and the woman he's with is going on and thinking, oh my god, we're gonna die, oh my god, this is gonna explode. But what does happen is, finally the crow does go on and toss the bomb seemingly in front of them. The car stops just in time, and no one is hurt, conveniently. Shane gets out of the car and whips out these kind of weird, curvy looking knives. It's very weird. Like, it's basically, it has a stick, and then at the end of it has this like weird, like, it's kind of like a scythe kind of blade, but it's kind of like handheld instead of like a long scythe. If yeah, like it's just hands, two hands that have scythes at the end. Uh, it's a strange weapon to explain. The scythe weapons go on and slice into, of course, the crow's brow, and the wound heals ever so quickly, making us realize that, dude, Shane is not going to go on and beat the crow with knives. So, the crow starts fighting Shane. Eventually, Shane is to be dragged back to the home where all the guys who had gone on to help Shane are now outside the house. I think Kyle was to have been the one to have broken it to everybody what had happened with Shane. That's why everybody was to re-meet them back at the front of the house. Shane tries to lie to everybody and tries to like say, hey, yeah, we were all gonna come back for you, and like what this guy's like what Kyle is telling you, or what, like none of this is true. Like we were all gonna like have this bomb, and like mistakenly the bomb, like, yeah. So Shane is going on to just make anything up that, hoping that these people will buy the story. And Kyle ends up going on and giving the group uh, some proof to even further make Shane look bad. And Kyle then goes on and whips out this gun because he wants to kill Shane. Sarah goes on and gets in front of Shane so that way to hope that Sarah can convince Kyle to not shoot the gun. Sarah goes on to say, hey, like, you don't want to go on, you don't want to shoot this guy, because if anything, you're going to go away for a long time, and if anything, you're still my brother, you're always being a brother to me, so hey, like, don't go on, don't do this. So, Kyle realizes that it's wrong to have shot this guy, or to have been tempted to shoot this guy, so he puts the gun down. And so Sarah's like, all right, Kyle didn't shoot him. So now all of the people that were of this gang have now all of a sudden started to circle around Shane. We're hoping that these people are all going to just beat the shit out of him to death. I don't know. Either way, All Right goes on and drops off Sarah at Darla's place. Sarah is to say that it's like, well, I guess I have some explaining to do, right? And Darla's like, wait, I don't really care about that. Let's just hug it out. So, by the end of finally of this episode, we're almost 5 hours in, good God. I apologize. I have made a huge number of mistakes in this review. But if anything, I'm sure I would have done a lot worse. So, I'm sure if I had an editor, there was a big chunk of this review that probably should have been edited out. But regardless, we're here. I'm trying to upload this. I apologize, as usual. So, the very tail end of this is to have both Draven and All Right together, and shortly thereafter that, we roll the credits. Thank God. I don't know exactly what happened between both Draven, between both All Right, but at least, yeah, that's how the episode ends. So, thank you for going on and watching this, because I really, at this point, I do appreciate anybody going on taking the time, but there's a lot of mistakes made. But regardless, there's honestly no way I can go on and try to retrace or redo this now. Why would I go on and take more time to try to correct this? So thank you for watching. However, you're going to watch this probably 30 seconds left, because I understand that. Because I'm really just nowhere anymore good at this, but at least I tried. At least I did a video. Is that good enough for anybody? Probably not. If anyways, also, I'm just gonna get out of here, so it won't be 5 hours. At least it'll be slightly under. So, thank you for watching. It's just, I've regretted so many decisions in my life, and maybe this video might have been one of them. I may go on, and maybe in the future, maybe be tempted to redo this review, especially when it gets down to certain episodes. Good God. This is a review, I guess. At least when it's started off, at least it may have sounded good somewhere, right? If anyways, I had just a lot to dissect here and a lot to talk about, and also a lot of energy to be wasted. So thank you for going on and being here with me through any of this, anywhere, in this review. Thank you for going on and being patient enough to see whenever I drop something, because that is always not very consistent, or also to not be very good by eventually how long these take. At some point, maybe I'll just go on and give up entirely the whole describing of each episode because feasibly, I feel that at this point, it's a mistake. Yeah, and everybody just wants shorter videos anyways, so maybe the whole describing part is never my strongest suit, but at least I care. At least I put that effort in. At least like I still have to go on and always just be like, like how? Why didn't I just do this right? Why just didn't I do it really good in under like what, like 10 minutes? Like it's so weird how like there are some times where I feel that there's this weird bubble of like people really want a really good detailed thing, but then also they want it done in a very short amount of so like so you're kind of effed either way for just reviewing or just doing anything humanly possible ever when you do a YouTube video, and then it's always coming from a person that like just just thinks that everybody is just a millionaire and has an editor and whatever, and it's definitely for me not that case at all because of course why would it ever be? But maybe at some point when I become good at this, I won't become good at this. I'll just always be just the same guy, and that's the problem, right? So maybe at one point when I'll somehow magically, dragonly, come up with a better way of reviewing things, maybe that'll happen someday. Uh, when I just drop things or finally decide that at some point my spirit will get broken and I'll just decide to really just try to do a lot shorter reviews because I feel that that'll be better off just for me. When I make a huge number of mistakes like I do. So, also with that said, like this was to have been watched like a day before, then I have to come back here trying to decipher what all these things were and be like I don't remember this episode that well. I don't remember these parts that well, and I'm just trying to figure out how to just talk my way out of certain things. Um, but if any, like that's also the big problem too. It's like the way that this was just done was not the normal way that I'd go about doing things. Also, I probably should have done way less episodes. I realize that now. I really realize that now. If I would have gone on and be able to just to have done 3 episodes, this would have been a lot better. So I ran into that problem while I was watching the videos because I watched episode 4 and episode 2. So I was like, well, I have to do 4 episodes as well as also, uh, like if I were to have done it in probably the order of which I would have watched it, I would have been way less confused. Um, but yeah, I knew something was going to eventually mess me up. So another miserable failed attempt. So thank you for watching this failed and miserable attempt at just reviewing 4 whole episodes for almost 5 hours. Thank you for everybody who is to ever go on and say something positive about these videos because I really do appreciate it, even though probably a lot of times I'm not very deserving of it, because maybe someday I will deserve it. But no one is probably ever going to complete these videos, so if you do, uh, I would probably ask why. But also, there are people that seem to, like, within a 2 hour video, immediately have the complaint of the video being too long. And so, if that's happening, what could possibly be said about these 5-hour ones. Yeah, but if anything, I also see that people are going on and doing like let's plays and whatever that are 4 hours, but again, those are more visually appealing. Whereas, like for me, like I'm just talking about things, so no one would want to just hear a person just talk for 5 hours. But at least I'm to probably just destroy my voice doing it. So here's where we are. Thank you for watching this. Eventually, I hope that if I do this again, if people justify uh, checking this out at some kind of way, then uh, if I hope to do this in the future, I hope to do this better and probably not for 5 hours. So thank you for watching this because it means a lot to me that people are checking these things out. Thank you. Goodbye, everybody. Bye, everybody.